Strings up, she's in the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Daisy's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite, both in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack, now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go!
Welcome. Let's see, wait. Audio should be fine, right? Hey, Groovy. How you doing? Good to see ya. Let's get our background music on. My phone, the camera, is a little bit flat today. Oopsie. So we're gonna keep it on as long as we can. Then we're gonna have to revert to the Daisy cam later on. So that'll be fine. It'll add to the atmosphere as we really get into it later on. So today we continue with our journey through another Jubilee, and I have created my own little red flag. Sure, it's very red on this camera, but yeah, it's that's what we're doing. I'm also going to be adding my flag. I don't think it'll change reality, but I think it'll be a good thing to have. Just to let everybody know how I'm feeling about things. So I don't have to say, I would be waving my flag. I can! So yeah, there we go. Went and created that. Yes, these are chopsticks. So, and I'm so crafty. I made a crochet flag. So that's what I did just before bed. Good times. Hope you're all doing well. We are back at it. Let me move things. Let's have a think about what we went through yesterday, just to start things off. So our first claim that we examined was, it's undeniable that reparations are just and necessary. So today's claim is interesting. It is about systemic racism. Good times. So actually that's claim 3. Sorry, claim 2 is about crime and racism. So that's going to be a good time. So far, what are the arguments we have encountered in this sphere? Right, let's get them up. We have gotten, hey, from Anthony. His argument was, hey, it's not going to happen. Okay, we've tried for it. It's not going to happen, but you know, sure, it's just and whatever, but it's not something we should be focusing on because we're never going to get it. Kind of a cynical view, I suppose. How long are we going to try and focus on it? We need to focus on other things like education for ourselves. And that kind of works with her idea of reparations, because she's saying, well, yeah, reparations would involve putting funds towards education for black children and things like that, because you know, the systemic racism is what makes the children struggle in schools. So we had that, and we had actually quite a nice flow of conversation with this first person that came up, which seems to be a thing. I don't even know if this was the order that they went in, but at least the way they've edited together, Anthony went first, and we got a nice intro into the conversation. We didn't need to go straight into huge yelling arguments, and we did have them pick up on one. We had the nice conversational thing where you pick up on one thing that the person said. Obviously, you want to respond to all of them if they are all things you want to have contention with, but they seem to have picked up on one or two and responded. And then the next person would do the same thing with that response. So very nice, actually quite a good conversation there. Matt Nuclear was a little bit less. He didn't seem, my biggest gripe with this is that he didn't seem to pick up that her argument for reparations is not just a cash payment. She's got a whole big idea for that. So that was my biggest thing, is like, oh, we started off on the wrong foot anyway, with him doing it that way. And then we had this bit, just to remind everybody that there was this stats don't lie thing, this whole argument there that she was like, no, stats do lie all the time. We know this, I'm not denying that. But she is like, she's used that, and she has said, well, no, as soon as you get to statistics, that's when you've lost the argument, if you say that the stats don't lie. Okay, so she didn't give any reason why these stats that the guy gave were not good enough, were not true, but she just said, yeah, well, people bring up stats, they create stats, they twist the numbers the way they want them to look and say what they want to say, so therefore can't consider them. So keep that in mind if she brings up any statistics along the way. That's the reason I kept that in mind over here with the comment. Then we went into like the systemic racism thing to discuss, whether the system is keeping people down. Because if the system is keeping people down, it's not just about reparations for slavery, it's about reparations for continued strife that's put upon black people, right? That was their argument. Then, good morning, Dobadad. Good, Olo, 1 of 44. Jordan, what did we get from Jordan? Jordan was the one that gave the same energy. That we did devolve into a bit of yelling, but it was good, it was cathartic. Remember him? Great guy. I actually saw, as I was cutting claim 3, he's like that. They do a bit of a clip of him like waving his flag really enthusiastically in that section. So I wonder what causes him to do that. So yeah, we love Jordan. Jordan was quite a lot of fun. Okay, Daisy, come. Daisy wants to sit on my lap. Hi. Okay. This is a whole process that she has to go through. She has to come and like woo herself into jumping on my lap. Must I push you? Yeah. Okay, ouch. Okay. And there? Will you sit? Will you stay here? Sorry guys, but you have to see. She is the cutest YouTuber, isn't she? She's so cute. Hey Daisy, you're a cute girl. You ready to YouTube, Daisy? Okay guys, sorry. No, never mind. She goes. We don't get it. Okay. Hey Depeche Mood, good to see ya. Welcome back. Just a quick summary of what we went through. What was Jordan's argument anyway? A lot of the time, we got into, he doesn't want the handouts of reparations. We don't need the reparations. Basically, his argument, it's not necessary. And also, there is a lack of fairness that happens in there as well, because there are people, he had qualms with the idea that all white people would end up paying for these reparations, when turns out not all of them were involved. I don't think it's that hard of that big of an argument to go with. It's more about, yeah, it's if it was necessary and should have happened way earlier, but it can't be done now. All it is now is about taking a welfare state. It's not about reparations. But anyway, outrageous amounts of fluffiness. Yes, if she was as fluffy as some cats get, it would be an absolute mess. She's got just the perfect amount of fluff though. Come here, Daisy. It's outrageous, but it's still great. There you go. Yeah, okay, there. There's so much fluff around here. Anyway, Daisy, thank you for your wispies. And yeah, so that's Jordan. And eventually they just started yelling at each other about African Americans, and eventually it was also like, this is what liberals do kind of stuff, and I was here for it. I was happy about it. I love Katia or Katia or whatever. I don't know how to say it. I don't know if I got it right. I did, for claim 3 at least, make the mask a little bit, what do you call it? More transparent so I could see the names better. But the best thing she did was what you should do in the first person that makes it to the chair, really, if they want to help their side out, they should ask the person these questions the same way that she did, where she saw what had been said before, but said, okay, what is your stance? It was all about asking her what her stance is, and she would say whether she disagrees or not, but then carry on asking her about what her argument is. I think that is a better strategy. You ask questions of the claim. Okay, ask questions of the claim. Don't say, don't come in with your disagreement. See what their argument actually is, because the claim doesn't usually explain their full argument. You don't know what she means by reparations. So basically, what we got from Katia, we got from Kay over here. We got her getting an explanation for what she means by reparations. Reparations is repair for the wrongs of the past, whereas remunerations as well, they also need to happen. They're a financial payment for the wrongs that happened in the past, and things that haven't been paid. So she's got that whole thing. So there is actually, we find out, because she didn't come in hot, Kay over here, we find out that actually, yeah, there is a monetary sort of down payment thing that is part of her model for reparations. But we only got into that at the very end, in the last 3 minutes. If you remember, this last session was like maybe 2.5 minutes. Okay, almost 3, but yeah, we didn't get all of it, but great, golden star for her. Right, so let's see what's our next claim today. Let's get into claim 2. That's what we got yesterday. Some people said that some people said that she handed their asses to them. I'm not sure. It's just, okay, that's the way she sees things, and that's the way they see things. There's no real big difference. There's no real big winner here. I just tend to agree with the people that are like, yeah, that's silly. It's not necessary. But maybe I'm more frustrated with the lack of commitment. Just come down on the white people tax. Just do that. Right. So, let's get the claim 2. Sorry, I'm getting that video file. Sup, Kitty and chat. Hey, Creamage. Videos. Stream asset, debate, asset, debate, asset. There we go. Claim 2. Right. Claim 2. What you got? And it just plays.
Is that black on black crime is a result of underinvestment and over policing.
Oh, this is brilliant, because now if we go and think about, if we remember in this whole discussion, one of the statistics that was brought up, I think it was by Matt. Yeah, he was talking about the most likely person to kill a black person is another black person. Okay. That's what he was saying. Oh, why don't they kill each other 90% of the time? He was comparing Chinese people to black people, right? And these came up. These were cited by the fact-checking system or whatever. But he brought up basically that sort of idea. So it'll be interesting to get into this deeper, because her answer here was, your educators lied to you. So she's explaining away all of those statistics, I suppose. It sounded like when she says your educators lied to you, okay, she just dismissed it all. But now she's going to give us her dismissal, okay? She's going to give us the reasoning behind her dismissal. Right, so let's get our claim on. Claim on! Claim 2. Claim 2 is... So how do we explain all of this? Hey there, Wise One. Good afternoon. What's for lunch, Wise One? Okay, claim 2 is what? It's black on black crime is a result of what was it? Over policing? Underinvestment and over policing.
My next claim is that black on black crime is a result of underinvestment and over policing.
Underinvestment and over policing. So underinvestment. So people aren't in when we hear underinvestment, this claim. Okay, so again, our opportunity. If we were the guys that were sitting there, what would you want to do? Okay, we are of the idea of the mindset, I should hope, that we want to find out her argument instead of just coming in and saying, well, I don't think so. You know, it's just easier to understand what she means, like find out. Okay, police go where the crime is. Well, apparently yesterday, when somebody told her, or when somebody brought up prison as a bad thing, don't go to prison, one of her responses was that the prisons are planned according to the scores of the children. So the lower the scores, the more prisons are built in that area. So for her, if the prison goes where the crime is, well, the police go with the crime, and that wasn't a logical thing. Police go where the crime is not going to make sense to her either. It's going to be a problem. Bacon and cheese sandwich, fully fed. You need to know her argument so you can shut it down if it's shit. Yeah, exactly, Groovy. So I should hope somebody just comes in and says, okay, what do you mean by underinvestment and over-policing? I would like to understand. Be a reasonable person. You can hear them out. Just hear them out. You don't have to come in like, I don't think so. You don't even know what she means by all of these things. Okay, we know what black on black crime is. If somebody takes an idea, takes the opportunity to bring their own stats in, don't. No, not yet. Bring that up when she's brought hers up. Anyway, so just let's think of what we hear when we hear her claim. What comes to mind? Underinvestment would probably be the reason that it's the property value. So remember, this is based on what we've kind of heard from her. Okay, so the property value yesterday, one of the things that she was talking about was redlining. She really likes that redlining thing, and so a bad neighborhood is probably the result of redlining and that sort of thing. Okay, like she will not admit that there is a cultural thing that happens in a bad neighborhood. The hood is not the result of people living in the hood at all. There's nothing the people in the hood can do. Okay, it's all the government's fault. That's how I see her view. But let's see if there's any amount of nuance. Shall we? You know what we can do before we get through this? Axel, your dad is coming home later. It's just me now. I'm the second favorite. Okay. I'm going to put a poll in the chat first, okay? Because let's see if she changes our minds, guys. It's a mini debate when we have a claim, right? So let's put a poll in chat. I'll just put the claim. B on B. I'm saying B on B because there's not many characters. Crime is a result of under-investment and over-policing. Okay? How do you agree? Agree? Slightly agree. Oh, slightly agree. I'll give you the middle ground. Slightly agree. Or the middle ground would be neutral, right? Yeah, let's say agree, neutral, and disagree. Okay? There you go. And disagree. Okay. So that's the first one. Start the poll. I didn't add the option. There you go. Okay, guys, I want you all to vote. at the beginning now, before I start, because she's going to change our minds. We have to agree with her or not. Oh, 0% agree because we have zero votes. Yeah. Axe will be like, Gordon, why do you leave me with this happy woman? This harpy, sorry. I am a happy woman and I'm also a harpy, yes. Redlining was banks not giving loans to people to buy houses in specific neighborhoods because they were terrible investments. Banks only want to make money. How dare they? She's also, as we learned about yesterday about being a radical, is you have to live as in opposition, in direct opposition to the colonizer, which is you're a commie. So banks are bad anyway. Okay, cool. So we've got 100% disagree. So I think that's normal. There's a lot more that goes into black on black crime, but let's hear her out, guys.
So you say that black on black crime is due to underfunding and over-policing, essentially.
Yes.
I actually don't necessarily disagree with one
Doesn't necessarily disagree, that helps.
of those. Okay. I think that, however, the government, who do you think should be responsible for the funding piece of the black community? Should that
Okay. I still want you to tell me what... I suppose people know these arguments, so they don't make her voice them. They're like, oh, I understand what her argument is, but you need her to voice it completely. She might have a little thing different, like we saw with reparations. The people assumed what she meant with reparations was just one payment to all black people or something like that. We only got at the end, that idea. So his first question, you're okay with it, but it's not the worst. It still lets her speak and lets her bring up, it's still about her views at least, but keep it closer to the claim, I would say, before we get to that question. So
you say that black on black crime is due to...
And over-policing.
So you say that black on black crime is due
Are we not getting your
to
name?
underfunding and over-policing, essentially.
Yes.
Austin. Austin. Austin's question. Okay, and we've got who should be responsible. So he doesn't. He agrees with slightly agrees. Agrees with some of the claim. Okay, and then we've got who should be responsible for funding peace. He said for funding peace in the black community. In black communities, not the black communities. This in black communities. Beyond B crime is due to underparenting. Yeah, that is a good way to phrase it. I hope somebody actually says it in that catchy way. It's underparenting, because that one of the things that Jordan was yelling is like, well, why is there no fathers in the black community? That whole thing.
I actually don't necessarily disagree with one of those. I think that, however, the government, who do you think should be responsible for the funding piece of the black community? Should that be something that the government should step into, or should that be something that we as black people need to handle ourselves?
Yeah. Part of this question, who's responsible? Is it government or black people themselves? So in terms of funding, I don't know if you're all broke. I don't know about funding each other. You don't just fund each other, but maybe not robbing each other is the first step. And supporting each other and all of that, not actually being against each other. Maybe that would be the first step. So giving some responsibility to the actual, the actual community itself, not just government. So, but he said with funding, that was the main question. Did I stumble onto some racist shit? Yes.
Dr. Jordan Peterson and even Thomas
Uh-oh. Don't quote a white person to her.
Sowell and several others have stated one thing, that poverty and crime, there's a positive correlation. There's also a positive correlation in the black community of absentee fatherism being one.
Ooh, there you go. There you go, Rosales. There you go, Rosales. So he's like, why did he name drop Jordan Peterson? Okay, so poverty and crime correlation. See, he's doing the talking here. I want her to tell us what her argument is, but he's bringing the obvious counter arguments as well here, where it's like it's only because of underinvestment and over-policing. It's like, well, hey, what if you had a father in the house? And a father that isn't a criminal himself? Let's do that. Okay? Poverty, and also making it okay for that father to not be a gangster. Like it's not glorified or anything like that. It's actually, it's good. And then when you see people, and also what I've seen online, obviously online is where we get the best of people, but people celebrating black fathers. Okay, I saw a post, I don't know where it was, flipping hell. I have premium X premium, so I can bookmark these things and have folders and shit, and I still don't. I still lose things. But yeah, this post was about it was just like a post about, I think it was Father's Day or things like that, something like that, with black fathers and their kids, and black fathers being proud that they were present fathers, and the people were ripping them in the replies, like, oh well, you're supposed to do that. Don't why must we praise this shit? This is bullshit. Like, shut up about it. This was supposed to happen anyway. It's like, okay, that is not a good thing either. Don't actually be happy, because you're then denying that there is a problem. So actually let them be happy that they are there. There was this delusion. Oh. If Kitty didn't have Gordon, she'd be robbing banks and stealing cars. I would be such a... do you really think I would be stealthy? You think I'm really good at the whole stealth thing? The main problem is one of culture. I agree, just a simple guy. Somebody will take it further. Some people take it further. They go, well, it's culture, but the culture is built upon this bad genetics and shit like that. I'm not on that path, okay? There are people on that path, and they can get in the sea. But for me, it's like, yeah, there is this culture, and there is the crab bucket thing that is occurring in the culture. In any culture where people are struggling, that seems to be where we go. Incentives drive culture, like replacing fatherhood with big daddy government. Well, it seems like that's what she wants. The first thing that she said here, even though she says over policing, she wants the investments. You see, under investment and over policing. So who's got to invest here? This is a good question, but he's busy giving his stats. So poverty correlates with crime, and she nods about that, right? Crime. Okay, but so does fatherlessness. Also correlates with crime. Okay. So let me look at her face when she says this. Maybe it's not that she completely denies this. She just does not like that people rely on this argument solely. She wants more.
And even Thomas Sowell and several others have stated one thing, that poverty and crime, there's a positive correlation. There's also a positive correlation in the black community of absentee fatherism being one of the root causes leading into criminality. Black males that grew up without a father are
let me just not call it fatherlessness, call it absentee father. Also correlates, and we've got the fact check here, guys. Let's go to fact check. They've got SAN is basically their ground news. It's trying to do what ground news does. I have not tried it out. If anyone's tried it out, please let me know. I personally enjoy ground news more than that, and considering what Jubilee does, I'm like, ground news would be perfect for what Jubilee supposedly is supposed to be trying to do, drive conversation and shit like that. But yeah, the fact that it is correlated with related to Jubilee makes me suspicious of it. But I should try it out anyway. Be open-minded. Okay, how about its DNA? There you see, fisherman. You see, guys, I told you. How about its DNA? No, it's not. But thank you for playing. Research clearly shows, I'm not going to write the whole thing, there is a correlation between absent fathers and higher likelihood to engage in criminal activity. Okay, it confirms correlation. Or just research. Research confirms the correlation. Okay, and researchers have reached different conclusions on the exact percentage. Oh, okay. Data from Florida Atlantic University found children in general with an incarcerated parent are 5 to 6 times more likely to become offenders. So an incarcerated, no, that's an incarcerated father. I'm talking about a father that's not even there. You guys are specific about an incarcerated one. I'm sure an incarcerated would be higher than just an absent, right? It's like, well, my father was a criminal. Maybe that's okay. That makes me feel okay about being a criminal, or makes me feel like I'm destined to be a criminal. I'll just land up like my dad. You know, so that's just a particular cohort that they've gone into there. But let's put that in. It's the data they've given us. Florida Atlantic University. Atlantic University, that's what, in general, kids should, it doesn't say found children incarcerated. Father. Did they say incarcerated parent? Yeah, parent. Incarcerated parent, more likely to become offenders. Oh my gosh, it's almost like bad parenting results in that. Okay, so let's just get you fact checked. This should actually be commentary's yellow, so oopsie. Okay, would you steal a car? Would you rob a nana? Do you know what I'm talking about? Are you guys talking? Is there would you rob a nana? Is that like is that an actual like PSA sort of thing in Australia?
Times more like.
Is it like based on the oh, yours is would you? Because you know, remember, everyone knows the piracy one. You wouldn't steal a car, you wouldn't this. Bring that back into cinema, yeah. Like, because you wouldn't steal a car, you wouldn't steal a this, you would. We wouldn't.
To engage in criminal activity. And so I think one of the...
Can I put a pin right there and ask you a question?
Ask me what...
Okay. I'm just going to put a pin because we're not... Okay, she's going to ask a question. So she's putting the pin, and I guess we could go... Yeah. Amanda's question. We'll make you round, and we also... Oops, fill with purple. What's the question? You wouldn't steal a daisy. I mean... Yeah, you wouldn't. But you couldn't download a car. You can. Came across a black guy who was breaking into my car to feed his kids. We had a conversation and he went on his way. People are people. Things are just things. Wow.
Whatever you like.
What is the root cause of there being less fathers present?
Bad decision making on the part of the fathers.
Okay, so she's like, what's the root cause? No, it's the white man, it's the government that made the fathers go. Okay, what's the root cause of the fathers not being there? This is just a complete difference in the way that these two people see the world. You can see the world in this way, and you can see the world in that way. I don't feel like there is an argument that will change her mind, because she wants to see the world in this way. That's it. This is how this is the principle she lives on. Daisy stole my heart and ate it. And then she puked it up. No, Axel's the puker. Yeah, he pukes up because he eats a lot and he eats fast. Right, so cause the father's not being here. And what he says, poor decisions on part of the fathers. You don't take away individual agency. Don't take that away from people by just assuming that, oh well, no, it's just, you know, it's just the way it feels. It's the culture, just the peer pressure just takes it all, you know. I fell into prison.
We live in a patriarchal system. Like it or not, men have dominated the socioeconomic, economic, and political power.
He brought up patriarchy, guys. You guys wanted, to, what do you call it? Wanted to put in patriarchy as something she brought up, but he just brought it up. But he brought it up as, no, that we live in a patriarchal society, and that's why if the father is bad, then that's a problem. So they need to step up. So that's it's a principle underlying things. Hey Beast, I'm not debating. I'm not debating myself. I'm just giving my opinion of people's debates. Yeah.
So I think one of the...
Can I put a pin right there and ask you a question?
Ask me whatever you like.
What is the root cause of there being less fathers present?
Bad decision making on the part of the fathers. We live in a patriarchal system. Like it or not, men have dominated the socioeconomic, economic, and political power of this country and the world since our existence. So our bad decision making, especially when we focus on the black community, is the root cause of fatherlessness.
What type of decision?
Okay, so I'll put in there patriarchy. What type of decisions? Like, ooh, she's really going to be, she's gonna get him. The gotcha is coming, guys. Are you ready? Okay, patriarchy. So I guess patriarchal society. So it's so the decisions of men matter. Okay, essentially is what he brought it up. Any man knows that vagina rules all. Well, I just watched Dead Poets Society, and one of the great things that is said is the whole reason that poetry was created is to woo women. So it's like we get all these arts and things, it's just because of women. So her question is, what decisions? Okay, what kinds of decisions do you... Woo, back off, Anthony. She's gonna get you. What decisions? I don't know. The decision to break into a car, to go on, to take drugs, to anything. To drop out of school. Those are decisions. Those are points in your life that happen. Like that's you doing stuff. Okay. But I suppose, oh well, I had to drop out of school to get a job. It's like, did you drop out of school to get a job, or did you realize? Did you drop out of school because you were dealing weed? Like, what's happening? Okay. What decisions? What type of decisions? And I think what she might land up going to as well is that music is controlled by the white man.
Not marrying the women we decide to lay down and have children with. Not being careful with the seeds that we plant in women. No woman can get pregnant without a man.
I would give a month's pay to watch this woman talk with Spoon for an hour. Can you imagine the crazy? Wow, that would be quite an interesting, I would, and then I would diagram the conversation. Spoon is one of those people that's on like fishermen over there, on the path of the DNA thing. So it would be interesting to have her confront that without losing her shit, because you would probably go into that. But he would maybe he would also go into like, well, you know, white people have bettered the black people, blah blah blah. I'm trying to be a monocle person. Yeah.
Planning his seed inside of her. So therefore.
So it's marriage.
Oh, he speaks so beautifully. Planning it. Oh, so it's marriage. It's part of it. It's not taking responsibility. Okay, not taking responsibility for where you plant your seed. Okay, that is what he's saying. It's not just about marriage. Oh, well, you're supposed to marry, huh? Gotta live up to the white man's expectation by marrying the person that you have children with, huh? What kind of bullshit is that? Not marrying the woman, we get pregnant, not taking responsibility for where we plant our seed. Okay, no woman can get pregnant without a man. And there you go. So, so it's marriage. Okay. Please don't say it's just marriage. Like, please. Have I forgotten how to spell marriage? Jesus, it's double R? It takes its time to change. That's weird. So it's marriage. I think this is where you're not understanding me. It's not just marriage, but okay, where's she going with this? Does she ever say that she's herself oppressed? I wouldn't be surprised. She would say she is oppressed. Definitely. That claim 3 is about systemic racism, and she's in the system, right?
Well, that's a part of it.
Thank you, Anthony. It's a part of it. Good.
That's marriage is a part of it.
Okay.
But the true piece that I'm looking at is connectedness between familial units. The Black community was at its economically strongest while being at its poorest during the segregation era. Prior to 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King in his last speech said that we have an annual income of more than $30 billion a year.
He's a performer, this man. We have an annual income of $130 billion. He like puts a whole MLK on. Hey, he brought up MLK. We've got the bingo. But we're marking what she brings up. Okay, so it's marriage. Marriage is part of it. But then he's got Black people. Interconnectedness of families is part of it. And then he brings up the Black people. Where did he say we're at the economically strongest? Strength while being poorest during segregation era. Okay, and then he brings up a quote from MLK. And we'll probably get a fact check on
which is more than all of the exports of Canada and more than all of the exports of the United States and more than the national budget of Canada. That was when we were economically at our poorest. Yet 85% of our Black children were growing up.
I'm here to say one thing. What, Kyle? The substantial progression in education and all attainment of African Americans has been accompanied by significant absolute improvements in wages, incomes, wealth, and health since 1968. But Black workers still make only 82.5 cents on every dollar earned by white workers. So there's the race wage gap. African Americans are 2.5 times as likely to be in poverty as whites. They really don't give a fuck about using the words whites, hey? So you're just whites, huh? Fucking hell, the disrespect. And the median white family has almost 10 times as much wealth as the median Black family. Okay, so MLK quote about economic status of Black people. Okay, and then we've got the fact check, which is improved attainment of wealth and health for Black people since 1968, sorry. Then we've got but see, even the fact check itself has to just give you the buts, right? So there has been improvement, but hold on, they're still behind white people. So it's like they're not just giving you the fact that he brought it, they have to give the counterfactual in there. That's interesting because she's the one that's supposed to give the counterfactual, okay? And then they can give her fact check. That's the thing, but for them they have to give you both of these things together. They have to spoon feed you both sides of the argument. Just so you know, they're still behind white people. Like, oh, we didn't know that. Okay, improvements in wages, incomes, wealth, and health since 19. But black workers still make. Okay, black workers. Is that the claim that he was making? Is that the claim that he was making? That black workers make the same amount of money as white workers? That's not the claim, but you're bringing this in with your fact check. Okay. Still make 82.5 cents for every dollar a white person makes. Okay. Then black. Oh, another thing. Meow 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 meow. Thank you for the follow, J-Man. What I'm here to say. One thing. Fuck MTN. Says Carl. Yes. Watching the fight. I hope so. I hope so. He'll have no fury like a kitten scorned. I'm not scorned. Every dollar white person makes. But I am being scorned when they say whites. Stop it. Earned by white workers. Cool. African. Hey, they did say white workers. African American are 2.5 times more likely to be in poverty than white people, the whites, and the median white family has almost 10 times as much wealth. Median white. More wealth than a black family. See how black is capitalized and white is not. It's like we're winning back. That's you got to do that. It's very funny. This is interesting. An interesting way to do it. It's the same thing with that capitalizing of apartheid kind of thing. Like, do we need to capitalize apartheid? I don't know. Okay, copy style. So thanks for the shitty fact check. How do they come up with these statistics? Studies. Kitty can handle colonizer and cracker, but white's too far. Yes. You know why? It's because of the double standard right in front of me. Right in one sentence. Okay? Like, I would prefer, you know, it's more honest to say cracker, umlungus, or white. Okay? Like a white. It's more honest to say that than going, I don't know, I just don't like the turn of it. Okay? The turn of that phrase.
With a father in the home, there was less black on black crime. There was less.
Because it's the same, it's the double standard. It's the principle of referring to someone as just their race is a problem, right? This is the idea that you can't say blacks. That's a horrible thing. That's a horrible way to refer to people, the blacks or black. That's horrible, right? You don't do that. It's dehumanizing. But in the same vein, you're doing it to white people because that's going to even things out eventually. Whites gives Kitty the ick, yes. So sorry, where were we with what's being spoken?
$30 billion a year, which is more than all of the exports of Canada and more than all of the exports of the United States and more than the national budget of Canada. That was when we were economically at our poorest. Yet 85% of our black children were growing up with a father in the home. There was less black on black.
Oh, so sorry, he did say there was less black on black crime. So 85%. Hello, how are you not giving me statistics about whether 85% of black children had fathers in the home? Had their fathers in the home during segregation. So she's going to obviously bring up the thing, well, it's the Democrats and the government essentially that broke up the family. Maybe that's what she's going to do. But yeah, that 85% of black children had. Where's the fact check on this one? You're giving me all of this median white versus blah blah dollars, wage gap, blah 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 blah.
Crime. There was less disenfranchisement.
Why was there less black on black crime?
Because.
Oh, sorry. And plus less black on black crime. Why was there less black on black crime? So she's got all the answers. That's why she's asking these questions, right? She's luring him into giving the wrong answer, and she'll educate him. Why was there less on black crime? Because she's got an answer and he's got the wrong one. Okay, what's the answer?
We needed to live together. We had to stick by each other. We had to stick
What
by
was
each
there
other.
also less of?
We had to live together. We had to stick by each other. And that instance. Thanks, James Lee, for the subscription. Welcome to the colony. Welcome to Debate Diagram. I hope you stick around for the ride, and for the next one, and the next one, and the next one. We had to live together. We had to live together, so we made it work. That's mostly his argument. What I'm hearing is just we had to live together.
There was less black on black crime. There was less disenfranchisement.
Why was there less black on black crime?
Because we needed to live together. We had to stick by each other.
Live together, stick by each other. Oopsie. Okay, so we were actually a community then.
We had to stick
What
by
was
each
there
other.
also less of?
I'm not.
Ooh, what was there also less of? Also less of, okay? What was it also less of? It's less of what? Government overreach? Policing? What are you talking about?
Not sure where you're leading. That's a leading question.
Yes, it is a leading question, but just tell me. Like, you're performing here. Look at you. You're so smug.
I don't like those.
You don't like
Yeah, I don't like this either. Like, I don't like it. Just fucking tell. Sorry. Just flippin' tell me.
this?
I don't like leading questions. No, I like direct stuff.
So essentially, when we were living in our own communities, we were also policing our own communities.
Oh, there was less policing. You see, I was waiting for it. Okay, there was less of policing. We were policing our own communities. Okay, so it's the police's fault. It's the police's fault that there are criminals, okay? Just so you guys know, it's the police's fault. Now that we have too many police, we got more crime.
So we were not being used as statistics in the same way to determine how resources were provided to our own communities.
Oh yes, her whole thing is that you have to go to jail. You have to go to jail to be part of the new slavery, which is the private prisons, right?
So policing our own communities. So we were not being used as statistics in the same way to determine how resources were provided to our own communities. When we were going to the government saying, hey, we deserve because we are supposed to be separate but equal, we weren't saying, hey, we want to be with y'all. We were essentially saying, we want what you are stating we deserve. And that is what all of the efforts of the civil rights movement has been. It's literally just been to say, you said when we got out of the Civil War that we would be considered citizens, and all citizens should be getting equal access to these things. However, you are actively allowing the Klan to harm us. You are actively...
Oh, hold up. We're still going at it? Oh yeah, at least for today. Hold up. We're policing our own... We're going from policing our own communities. Then she goes off into... Okay, we weren't used as statistics to determine where resources were distributed. Okay, so resource distribution was the problem. We weren't used that way. So I think this goes back to her claim. Obviously it will. The behavior, I don't know, your neighborhoods and whatever, the statistics and the grades and whatever, that didn't come into it. The redlining or whatever was not coming into it. That's why things were different. Okay, so weren't used to distribute research distributed. We were looking for resources from the government because we were separate but equal. Okay, I'm wondering if she is partial to segregation because she just hates white people so much. you know, like we would be better off kind of idea. The complaining will not stop soon. Okay, so government because we separate but equal. So wait, if we're not assigning resources, then we policed ourselves because we didn't have the resources. Now when we assign resources, which is police, to you, that's racism. So okay, continue. Again, this is just the way she views the world.
Who's killed more black people, the Klan or us?
Oh, so yeah, she brought up the Klan. Sorry about that, yeah. They were allowing, let's bring it in here. Government, just by the way, government was allowing the Klan to harm black people. Okay, so he's like, fine, let's bring that up then. If we're gonna go to that, who killed more black people, the Klan or black people? I think she's obviously used to that idea, that question, that gotcha. So that's probably gonna set her off in some way. That's my experience.
I'd like to continue my statement. I let you speak uninterrupted.
Damn, I was gonna get that for bingo, but it was already getting dark. Yeah, I guess that's true. We should have thought of it, but you know what? I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad you did, but I didn't. It's more like you did.
When we talk about this concept of who is harming
Hold
us,
up.
Black people, the Klan or us?
I would like to continue my statement.
Oh, fuck you! He asked you a question. No, she's not gonna answer. Just refused. She would like to continue. Refuses to answer. I'm gonna continue my statement. I'm not rising to your bait. Essentially, she takes control of the conversation in that manner. That's the way she's done it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to continue my statement. I'm going to continue my pontification.
I let you speak uninterrupted. When we talk about this concept of who is harming us, we are really making a false claim when it comes to black on black crime, as if there isn't white on white crime. There's
okay. When we ask who is harming us, look, do you see the fragmentation of the arguments? She's just bringing up different ways of talking about this point. I'm splitting them up to just show where she's going with all of it. Like yes, they're related, so we have these lines essentially, and they're within the same turn, but they don't follow on from each other as of yet. So asking who is doing us harm, that's just a main point. Asking who's doing us harm, black on black, and from there, this is supposed to follow on. Who is doing us harm? You're talking about black on black crime as if there isn't white on white crime. Okay?
actively allowing the Klan to harm us. You're actively allowing...
Who's killed more black people, the Klan or us?
I would like to continue my statement. I let you speak uninterrupted.
You did.
When we talk about this concept of who is harming us, we are really making a false claim when it comes to black on black crime, as if there is...
Making a false claim. False claim. When it comes to black on black crime. We're making a false claim when it comes to black on black crime. Okay? So the false claim is you're misattributing the blame, yes?
When it comes to black on black crime, as if there isn't white on white crime. There's also this
No. This as if there's white on white crime. No, false claim. You've got to explain this bit. So I hope your next statement explains what you've just said here. Otherwise, you have said nothing. Do you see this? False claim when it comes to black on black crime. Okay, it's a false claim. Explain to me why it's a false claim. What are the black people not black? What's happening? And then you just put this as if there isn't white on white crime. No, you need to flesh that out, honey. You're just given what you put words there. And it seems like she's just about to go to a next point.
When it comes to black on black crime, as if there isn't white on white crime. There's also this unnecessary effort to try and pathologize black on black crime in a...
Also, We've even used the word also. So here we are. Also, there's an effort to pathologize. So this as if there isn't white on white crime, that would be that does relate, okay? White on white crime. Effort to pathologize. So don't say also. Pathologize black on black crime. So she's like, well, white on white crime occurs, so stop saying black on black crime is a problem. Okay? So effort to pathologize black on black crime because white on white. Okay, so because it happened, are the rates the same? Do people kill within their own race the same? I thought the whole argument is that black people are dying out there, you know, and being killed by the white supremacist.
The way that you don't try to pathologize white on white crime.
We don't try to pathologize. If it's so, we are not equally pathologizing white on white. Not trying. No effort to pathologize white on white crime. I think what their argument would be is like, I don't actually care about the white on white crime. It's not my problem. That's them. I'm talking about us. I'm talking about what we should do for our community. Because remember, we're not talking about humanity here. We're talking about races now. Because that's the whole discussion we're here to have, right? So, oh well, you're not pathologizing the white on white crime. No, I'm busy cleaning my own house. Fuck white people.
There are white people killing each other every single day. Now, they may be on jet skis in the pictures after they shoot up their whole family.
Mhm.
You're so funny. Okay, so if it's white people are always doing it. Yes. Okay, so entertaining commentary, cool. People who agree with her will enjoy this. They are on jet skis, so they're richer, but they still kill each other, okay? They shoot up their whole family.
But nonetheless, there are white people killing each other every single day. Now, much of the reason why you may see more numbers in terms of black on black crime are for two reasons. One,
Okay, so finally we're getting into, like, fine, the white man kills the white man. Isn't that when we've had Whoopi Goldberg on The View say basically the kind of thing of like, who cares if white people kill white people? It's a bunch of white people killing white people. We don't care. It was about a war that she made that comment. Is that it's just because it's Europeans, who gives a shit? I don't know which war it was. I think it might have been Russia, Ukraine, or I don't know, at some point. But she was just like, oh, well, it's white people. It's just white people. That's what they do, you know? Anyway, finally we're going to get the reason you see more black on black crime. Okay, how does she phrase it? Sorry, it's black on black crime numbers.
as there are white people killing each other every single day. Now, much of the reason why you may see more numbers in terms of black on black crime are for two reasons. One, this
More numbers. So this is the numbers for black. So it's like, oh, they're focusing. It's her statistics coming in, right? She's saying, look, they're gonna play with the statistics. Is this your argument? Is it? Please don't be this predictable.
statistics be lying all the time. We have seen
What
this.
numbers? Okay, when you
we
say
have
that,
seen
no,
this.
Okay, it's because wait. You'll see it. Hold up. Did you just tell me that they're lying and that's it?
May see more numbers in terms of black on black crime are for two reasons. One, the statistics be lying all the time.
Okay, number one, statistics. One, because statistics lie. Don't interrupt her. Let her cook with this. Tell me, we can let her lay down this block here and put another block, her number two, okay? And then you can nuke her from upon high, Anthony. You don't need to break in and interrupt her here. Don't do it.
We have seen
what
this.
numbers? Okay, when you
we
say
have
that,
No.
seen this in a real way.
but I have a
So in
question.
New
No, when you
Jersey,
say,
Okay, here we go.
no,
So
when
in
you
New
say that,
Jersey-
what numbers can be trusted? Because with the previous,
Yes. Okay, so okay. What numbers can be trusted with the previous year? What numbers can be? That's a good question, but I don't think we need to have it now. She needs to finish her vitriol, and then you get to do it, because that seems to work best.
speaking. You
I'm
said
about to
statistics all
tell
the
you
time.
right now.
Okay.
She's about to tell you right now which statistics. I think it's at least notice that Anthony did ask, which statistics, which numbers do we trust? Like, is there any statistic we can trust there? Well, which ones are your statistics? What numbers can I say? Statistics be like lying.
So your sources can
You
be
can't
trusted, right?
such number. No, I'm literally about to give you an example of numbers not being able to be trusted.
Okay, talk to me.
That's what I was doing.
I'm listening.
Okay, then listen.
Stop using time.
Oh, my ears open.
So listen. In New Jersey,
Uh-huh.
they had a statistic that was created by the police department that
Oh, they created the statistic in New Jersey. New Jersey. Statistic. Created by, like not recorded or created by the police department. So she's giving us an example of a lie, okay? So she's, ha! I found them lying about a statistic. Therefore, all of the crime statistics are a lie.
said, look at how many black people are committing crimes. Look at how crazy this number is. These black people are so exorbitantly violent. Look at this. And then people went and actually matched the names that they were booking with the faces of the actual people incarcerated. And it was proven that they were lying.
So that's one. So that's one.
It was proven that they were lying. So they basically checked the statistics. People checked the statistics with the incarcerated people. Incarcerated. So it's incarcerated that the people that were found guilty, not charged, cases dropped, all of that stuff. It's incredibly complex when you're collecting data. You have to really the best research says how you collected your data and what's the difference between all of the numbers that you took and what does every number mean, so that you can take that statistic and make sense of it as much as you can. Give it as much weight or as little weight as you need to. But anyway, people check the statistics with the pictures of the incarcerated people. The pictures, guys, of the incarcerated people. And did they go through thousands and thousands of records? Good. I mean, somebody like me would do that. So incarcerated people and found they were lying. So he's gonna say, well, his response is, so you've got one example. That's one example. It's like, there was one police department. Well, if one police department lies, all of them lie, you see? You see? Wake up, sheeple. What's next? The exception doesn't prove the rule. Well, apparently it does. So, stop it, wise one.
Hold on, no, you're talking.
Has she got a reference for that story? I should hope that these fact checker guys come along, but let's see, do they?
Talking to somebody that works as a police dispatcher.
We didn't get a fact check. We didn't get a fact check. Not yet. Can I look that up? Go and look. New Jersey. The way she spoke about it is New Jersey statistic created by police department. And they were saying, look how violent these black people are. That's it. She didn't give us a number that we need to go and look up. None of that. So, let's see.
That they were booking with the faces of the actual people incarcerated. Okay. And it was proven that they were lying.
So that's one.
She's so happy about
that's one
it.
instance.
That's
Hold on,
one
no, you're
example.
talking to somebody that works as a police dispatcher when I'm not making content. So here's the thing.
I see.
No.
Oh, I see. You're talking to someone who's a police dispatcher. So he's going to give you an anecdote. Remember that anecdotes collected up become statistics. But here we go.
You see what?
Well,
The truth is, you're about to see the truth if you just give me a second. Like Trump said, just give me a second. I'm going to do the weave, but give me a minute.
Well, here's
So
what
when
you all
This is a problem.
keep
No,
doing.
no,
You
just
keep
give me-
interrupting me when I'm talking, and you don't want to hear the
But
point
the
that
You know what? It's like being in a real life, just a normal argument that happens between lovers and things. You know, when you disagree with your partner, where you just yell at each other like this. or like a sibling even. When you fight with it's just, we don't need to do this. Hey, Miss Aniki 007. What's up?
I'm gonna make.
The point that
and
you're
yet you want
raising-
me to respect your point. And that's not how a debate works.
Oh, here we go. That's the clip, right? That's not how debate works. You want me to respect your point. Yeah, okay, fine. But now we are yelling at each other and there is no respect. So we're just losing respect for each other by yelling at each other this way. That's not how a debate works.
So if you want me to keep getting louder, I will do it. But ultimately, if I show you respect, give me the respect back.
You don't show respect though. When you go, oh, I see. Do you think somebody's going to be like, she's respecting what I have to say? She immediately, as soon as he started saying something, okay, she immediately dismissed it with her body language and her response there. So that was not showing respect, honey, sweetie, baby child. That was not. But of course now you've gone and yelled to high heaven, and we're gonna respect you for that.
I let you talk. I let you make your points. I am countering your points. And my points are just as valid as yours, even though...
Is she not operating from the framework of critical race theory? I am wondering if that's it, but it seems like she uses bits of it and a lot of it, maybe she leans a bit more on the communism part of that instead of, you know, everything is racist, blah blah blah. I don't know. I think she's got some more practical tools than CRT, but it has to be in there if she's a radical black activist. That has to be in there. I feel like if Kitty was speaking with this woman face to face, she'd punch her in the face. I actually don't punch, okay? I don't get physical that way. I just get rage where I'm at in my space. I get very, you've seen me. The way that I rage here is the way I rage in real life. I'll probably look like I'm gonna hit someone, but I will not. Instead, I will just get very animated and I'll end up, I'm already loud, but I'll end up getting louder. And then you get a Gordon who just goes, and you're like, okay. Or actually what I do is I'll say, you bastard, you're being a dick. And then he's like, yeah, that's helping. That's really helping. We're winning all respect for you, Super Saiyan Kitty. Yeah, exactly. That. I've gotten better. I think that the most rage you can get from me comes from if I'm fighting with someone in my family. Gloves are off. We're done. we're gonna get heated.
You got a
And then it's like 5 minutes later, like, what's for dinner?
pocket square and a Church of Christ pin on your chest.
It's not a church.
Okay, now we're starting to talk about him. That's respect. Wow, I'm so proud of her.
But ultimately, if I show you respect, give me the respect back. I let you talk. I let you make your points. I am countering your points. And my points are just as valid as yours, even though you got a pocket square and a Church of Christ pin on your chest.
It's not a Church of Christ. It's
Whatever.
A cross.
It's a cross.
It's a cross. Like, hey, leave my cross alone, honey.
Same difference. You got an American flag and you think you know something because you a cop. And ultimately...
Not a cop.
You think you know something because you're a cop. She's ACAB over here. She's totally ACAB.
And
Dispatcher, there's a
ultimately,
difference.
it's ACAB all day.
Oh, she herself brought up ACAB. Guys, why did we not put ACAB in the radical bingo? We got white privilege, welfare, redress, drugs, cultural radicalism, black power, fake mainstream media. Oh, we did have civil rights, by the way. She did talk about the civil rights movement. MLK was brought up not by her. So, no. See you in hell. Stay cool. No, don't be going to hell, Timber. Timber is somebody who knows how to throw a punch. You don't want him fighting you. White privilege, race beta, radicalism, cultural appropriation, drugs, segregation. He brought up segregation. Radical, ACAB is a local slang here. Yeah, let's see. Okay. She got cooked. Well, she doesn't think so. And yesterday I had people in my chat, joke, who were telling me that she absolutely handed their asses to them. who would win in a fight, Gordon or Temba. Temba is of lighter weight, so, but the thing is, he would tire out Gordon probably. So, yeah, Temba maybe. If Gordon got a good hit in, I suppose, just because he's heavier, it would. But Temba probably because he's just faster. So, Gordon will kill me for saying that. I'm supposed to say my man's gonna win any fight, okay? He'll fight anyone and he'll win. If it's a boxing match, then he will not be as fast as Temba. If it's like an MMA match or something, then basically Gordon will just sit on him, and then he's fights.
Day over here, so let me make that clear. But let me also add to my point. My point is.
Sorry, where we at? Sorry, I'm just busy imagining fights.
It's a cross, same difference. You got an American.
Remember when he was your boyfriend? I remember. I think yes, you were following me when I was saying that it was my bachelorette party and all of that. Yeah.
American flag, and you think you know something because you a cop, and ultimately
not a cop. Dispatcher, there's a difference.
It's a cab all day over here. So let me make that clear.
Okay, so that's one example. Let's just put here. The statistics are lie. We've also got ACAB all day. Okay, so ACAB. Well, yeah, that was it. He was my boyfriend, and then he. Yes, that's how it works, Chintzia. Stop telling people how things work. What happened?
But let me also add to my point. My point is that you can sit here and blame black people on black people all day long and not acknowledge.
You see in the background? You see the person in the background who's like, hello, hello. Maybe if I wave it starts. Do you see that?
People on black people all day long and not acknowledge that we are forced into. You're coming to interrupt me again.
I haven't even.
No, sorry. That's how this works, ma'am. Flag. Oopsie, my flag. Sorry, I wore out my flag, guys. You were gaming and wanting an excuse not to go out. Yeah, I don't need to go out. I can game. Yeah. Now, I don't know. I think Gordon always didn't want to go out. Gordon's not a social butterfly either. There we go. Just keep that there, okay? Just maybe I just won't. I'll go up and down. Such a unique story of true love. Yes, it's so unique. Okay, so what? The point is black on black crime. You guys are interrupting me. Cool.
Said a word.
All right, that is flagged, so I'm gonna ask you to return to your seat.
It's a waste of my time. Y'all just want to be seen. I don't need to be seen.
Okay, ma'am. Has anyone changed their mind so far? You want to change your vote on the what's the name? On the poll? Okay, who's next? Says the actor, exactly. See ya, Timber.
Hello.
How
nice.
are you? I'm
Yes, hair.
Jasmine, the pretty kitty. Say less outfit. Okay.
Thank you.
So this is my thing.
What's her name? Yeah, Jazz. Yeah, that's Jazz. Jazzy. Please be good. Okay. What's she gonna say? What are we getting from her?
I think the premise of your question was black on black crime. So I think I'm coming from a place, and I guess my issue is having had my biological father murdered by a black man, having had my cousin shot in the head by a black man. We can talk numbers and statistics and what the people are doing and what the white man is doing and all that, but at the end of the day, I see when my family lives on the south side of Chicago, and I think you and I both can.
Ooh, she got someone who her family lives in the south side of Chicago. I even know that Chicago is dangerous. I don't know shit all about American locale, really. But we know from across the pond that is a bad place.
Numbers and statistics and what the people are doing, what the white man is doing, and all that. But at the end of the day,
You guys are famous over there for you. It's like Johannesburg gets famous for its murder rate.
I see when my family lives on the south side of Chicago, and I think you and I both can attest to this, and I'm not saying that there are not other factors, but we know that we kill each other at a disproportionate rate than any other race. Now, why we do that, and why 6,000 to 9,000 black men are going to be homicided or killed or whatever by the end of the year annually by other black men, whereas the likelihood of a black man being killed by a white police officer is less than 150 per year.
Ooh. So she's given us some statistics. First of all, she does bring up her personal thing, so basically don't tread on that, essentially. So she's just, her main point is black people kill black people at a disproportionate rate. Okay, that's her main thing, and she's going to give us references for that. Sorry, I need to bring it back to hear what she says before I go to the fact check.
Or killed or whatever by the end of the year annually. That, and why 6,000 to 9,000 black men are going to be
okay, 6,000 to 9,000 black men are going to be killed by other black men before the end of the year. Okay, I suppose that's just a way of giving a yearly, this is how many people die kind of thing.
Homicided or killed or whatever by the end of the year annually by other black men, whereas the likelihood of a black man being killed by a white police officer is less than 150 per year.
Okay, likelihood. Well, let's just say less than 150. She's run this ACAB bit, so you hear, well, not really, she just said the words, right? She said annually, she said for the year, so she said annually, I don't know, less than 150 black men would be killed, and also killed by cops. We don't know if that's going to be a black cop or a white cop or any kind of cop. No, we just know that it's a cop killed by a cop. Okay, so I think she puts that in there because she knows the ACAB kind of discussion there. And then we can go into the fact check. Police have killed on average 238 black men per year since 2017. Okay, have killed on average 238 black men. So she said 150, 238. Ooh, liar, pants on fire. That is low to SA standards. Well, of course. Yeah, man, we win this fight. Has anyone mentioned class yet? No, not yet. It's about race. They haven't obviously mentioned financial standing, but that's about it. Black men since 2017. About 58% more than 150 per year. You see, so like they're like, woo, we'll fact check her here, but they did not give anything else. That they are working with their fact checks on her on Amanda's side. Okay, black men since 2017. Sorry, guys, I might be getting a migraine, guys, if I'm not finding words this easy. This is a problem. Okay, since 2017, and then about 58% more than 150 per year. Okay, so she wrong, la. South Africa is is at the top of things when it comes to unemployment, murder, sexual assault, all those fun things. I think the problem here is now no one understands the notion of race. Is it just a phenotypical trait or a historically rooted identity? Maybe it started off as a phenotype and now it's a historically rooted identity. Whenever there's something that collectivizes us, we will have a historically rooted identity. I think no matter what happens, I guess there's ethnicity and there is race. That is what people land up having an argument about, which you're just asking the question there. AK Batasar, hi, nice to see you. I see you, obviously, you are from Sitchin. Adam, what's happening with the camera? Come on, wake up. You're good? Do you need to pause? Are you okay? Stupid camera. The Batasai killed my camera. Okay. Struggle Snuggles is a national sport. Okay, so we've got that. She quoted it wrong.
We know that we kill each other at a higher rate. So I'm not debating that they're
Why are you not giving us statistics about killing at a higher rate or anything like that?
not factors at play, but because I've lived the experience as a black woman, losing my father to be murdered by a black man, walking
I'm
down
sorry
the
to
street
hear that,
being,
by the way.
No worries, thank you. But walking down the street in inner cities and different things, knowing that it's more likely that my own brother will rob and rape me than a white man or a white officer, we got
Jesus. Wow.
to be real.
What's your proximity to white men in the south side of Chicago?
Oh, so she's like, oh, you're not prepared. I'm more likely to have my brother. So she's just more likely to be raped. Did she say and robbed? Please tell me it was just robbed or
Things
killed.
knowing that it's more likely that my own brother will rob and rape me than a white man or a white.
Yeah, or robbed. Then, by her black brother, obviously, than a white man. Okay, but she's like, oh, well, you don't have proximity. You know, these white people, white people invented violence. Remember, that's one of the things that we learned. We learned from critical race theory. Okay.
White officer, we gotta be real.
What's your proximity to white men in the south side of Chicago? Are there even white men around to rob and rape you at the same rate that there are black men?
There are white men around.
At the same rate?
There wasn't a lot of black people in there,
At the
but then
same rate. So she's just like, I'll fix that statistic because there's no. What's your exposure? So okay. So when it suits her, we can use this idea of exposure, right? When it suits her, we can talk about rates interacting with each other, exposure to men versus exposure to women, that whole thing. We can, when it works for her, we can do it. So she's happy with that, using that against this just statistic. What's your exposure to white men in South Chicago? Okay. Hello, lady. Popping in to say hi. You dropped a coin last night. Invest now. Trust me. Yay dropped. Sorry, not yay. All right. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Thanks, Ragnar. Guys, go in. That is not financial advice. It's just advice. Is this person using per capita? What's your exposure to white men in South Chicago? Is it the same rate? Is it the same rate as? Oh, Daisy, it's half an hour until dinner, so you can chill. You can chill, baby girl. You can chill. Oh, why you smell nice? Where you been? She smells like she's been in the toiletry cupboard. What's your exposure to white men in South Chicago? Is it the same rate as white? Okay, so she's just like, oh, it's just the likelihood. You see, statistics lie. They're lying all the time. VA has a documentary coming out. He is insane. Why do people? Why? We entertain all of these people, don't we? We entertain them, so we cannot complain.
It doesn't justify the fact that we're destroying each other. So even if we get to the root, like
we can agree on that.
okay,
sis.
because I feel like a lot of
Nothing
times liberals will
justifies.
argue like, well,
I'm not
the
a
white people
liberal.
are killing
I am not
people.
I'm not a liberal.
Okay, well, I will say that people that sometimes have your stance that are against conservatives, maybe they have this claim that they're making it up. They're making up the numbers. We know that we do that too.
Yeah, it seemed the way that she was speaking, okay, to Austin over here, it sounded like she was saying they're making up the statistics. That is the argument that she was making for him over there. But then he's like, oh no, she's like, no, I agree. We are destroying each other. So she'll agree with that, and she's not a liberal. So what is your argument then, ma'am?
I'm not a liberal.
Okay, well, I will say that people that sometimes have your stance that are against conservatives, maybe, they have this claim that they're making it up, they're making up the numbers. We know that we do that to each other. So I want to get to the root of the issue. Why are we killing each other? I think the root of the issue is we've lost our values and we've lost our resilience as Black people. We sit there and we talk about what the white man did and we talk about slavery and everything like that, but we have no self-accountability and say, you know what, at the end of the day, that is my Black grandmother, that is my Black sister, you are my Black sister, and you know that a Black man is more likely to rob you or commit some type of crime against you, and that's what we need to get down to the issue of. And like you were talking about earlier, like, hey,
yeah, dude, no. If you want white people to rob you, just go to white people places.
well, what's going on? You know, what do you think the answer is to one of the brothers that were speaking? I think it's the breakdown of the family. I think, like he said, because of our poor choices and what happened.
Meow, Dobadad. Did Gordon hate on your curly hair? No. My curly hair just cannot last when I go in the pool. When it gets wet, it goes straight. My hair is just straight. I don't need no straightening iron or anything like that. Yeah. But Paffy didn't like my hair. He even made a whole comment on the video to say he didn't like my hair. So he actually liked it. Gordon really liked my curly hair. He said it looked cool. So it was worth me looking funny with curlers in my hair. So, the dad not per capita still isn't insane. He's great. So the stuff that I've seen that Zax has put us through with Ye was just him wearing the black hood and stuff. Oh god, he's insane. Entertaining, I suppose.
What do you think the answer is to one of the brothers that were speaking? I think it's the breakdown of the family.
Okay, anyway, so the reason for this is breakdown in values. Breakdown of the family. Okay, so that's what she blames, and she's gonna. Oh, also let's put as part of her argument here is spending too much time blaming the white man and discussing slavery. Okay, so spending all of that is like focus on our families. I think it's more about that. The idea of, well, just because somebody's the same color skin as you must care for them. Interesting.
I think, like he said, because of our poor choices, and what happens is we look at domestic violence, for example. When domestic violence, women or men are even attacked, what is the first thing we say? It's like, you know what? It's not your what? It's not your fault. So that's what we do. We hold on to this narrative that, well, it's not our fault, and the issues in our community are not our fault, and the white man needs to give us something. The old white lady down the street is looking at me, and I don't know why she got braids in her hair. And we focus on all these other stupid things that don't matter.
I don't know why she got braids in her hair. We focus on these stupid things that don't matter. We tolerate crazy people who are talented. Yes, that's true. It's like the hot crazy scale or graph. The talent crazy also works. Yeah. The ones that drive me crazy are the ones who give attention to have zero talent or productiveness. Okay, so let's see. So she's saying it's basically we focus on what do you call it? The stuff more. I don't have to list it. She's just on, and let's see what her next one, what the response is.
We don't get to the root of the fact that we're killing each other at a higher rate than any other race. It is self-hatred amongst us. I believe that we can do that. That my mom's cousin, coming from the church parking lot, and guess who stuck her up and robbed her at gunpoint? A black man.
I need you to get to.
So rob the white people. I'm not saying that's her argument, but rob the white people. Is rob the right? I would ask. It's not her argument, okay? But one of the funny things I would ask is like, should we would it be okay to rob the white people? No, it wouldn't, because we're still robbing. Okay, that's the problem. We don't rob. We're better than robbing. That's what we're supposed to be focusing on, and the idea, but then you can't at the same time. What she's just getting at, what anyone who makes this argument is getting at, is we can't at the same time complain about our race being treated poorly when we ourselves are treating our race poorly. When we ourselves are adding to our problems. We're not taking responsibility, we're just doing whatever the hell we want, and expecting somebody else to foot the bill in any way necessary. Hey all you cats and kittens! Josh, hey, how you doing? If the white people have more stuff to take than won't fight back, then sure. Yeah, that's it. If you don't fight back, it's cool. And yeah, white people generally will, as the statistics, the fact check showed us, white people will have more things. We are liberating assets. We're expropriating without compensation.
The point.
Like,
so
my
I can
point
respond.
is that, no, and I'm not trying to be
Get to the point. My point is that stop hurting each other.
funny, unless, like you said, we're gonna keep it respectful.
Yeah,
you know?
but you're monopolizing the whole conversation.
I'm
We're
not
not
trying.
being
Okay, I'm
able
gonna let
to.
you speak, but let's not get the
Yes.
attitudes and stuff. Because you're my sister, and I
Oh, I love it. Let's not get the attitude. Like, oh, the way that they deal with her. Okay, I didn't like the guy that just went limp, especially with her, where she's like, oh, just think of me as your mama, whatever. And he was like, yeah, cool. I like the people that are speaking up to her. Like, she's like, that is great when somebody basically just says, no, we're not doing this. Oh, great power.
respect you. So how
I
you
don't have
talk
an
to
attitude.
them,
I'm being direct
but
to
how
you.
you
But you're
talk to them,
literally
you're not gonna
speaking
talk
this.
to me.
Oh my god, why do you need to defend yourself? Okay. I'm thinking that caring for each other within the black community is about the common historical experience of being slaves, not about the color of the skin. Yeah, but the color of the skin implies a shared history. The common historical experience. And obviously the color of the skin was the defining factor for a lot of slaves. So yeah, it's the same thing. It works. You're so triggered by Amanda? Yes, because she's irritating.
And you're not going to do
Okay.
that with me either.
Okay,
so
so
you're
I'm
stating your
respecting
point, and you've been stating your point for quite some
So
time.
say
Do you have
the
a
proper
reason
ways.
for
Would
me
you
to
like?
respond?
Would you allow me to respond? So that's a
Wow, we've spent like 20 seconds getting over the fact that you guys are interrupting each other.
better response. Go ahead.
The response that I have for you is
Okay.
that everything you're saying does not exist in a vacuum. I actually agree with you in that, yes, there has been an incredible denigration of Black worth and Black pride in this nation. I think it's also very important to acknowledge what has contributed to that.
Okay, so then why were you on this thing with Austin about the statistics? But okay, so cool. Her response is to all of this. Okay, Amanda's response. So she agrees there is a degradation. Cool. So her disagreement comes from what you should do about it. Where's my curls? They washed out. Amanda's response. Okay, eventually that we got to all of that is cold there. Well, it's cold. I don't know how. You know what I'm like. I can't regulate my body temperature. So I put the aircon up because yesterday I was getting heated. So yeah, today it's backfired. Okay, so Amanda's response is, well, agree that there's been a reduction in Black pride and self-worth, right? Worth in the country. It's important to, her next point is important to acknowledge why. The cause of that. Okay, so what is it? I love Black people, Black Lives Matter. Bye. There you go, Theo.
And to state that it is
Thanks.
only Black people that have contributed to that is a false flag. So we
Okay, to state that only Black people have contributed to that, what they're saying is that the focus of the Black person should be on the Black person. She herself has said that you are focusing on, the main argument is you're focusing on the wrong thing. But you, by making this argument, are kind of saying, like, you, by sticking on this, you are really pushing for focusing on that part of our argument. You say it's so important to figure out what's happening there, but what is your focus, man? What is your focus? Because you seem to be in place of spreading the message of personal responsibility and community and pride. Okay, it seems like you are bringing the victim card in. That's the main. Again, we've got these two opposing things of the victim mentality, where I'm going to focus on the cause, apparently, the multifaceted causes that definitely involve the white people. going to focus on that one instead of what I can do, which is closest to me. Okay, so it's the difference between conservative and radical, I suppose. You will always see your own victimization if you see yourself as a victim, and everything wrong becomes the responsibility of those you see as victimizers. Yeah, it's a lens. We've known this for years, that this is like this victim lens that you're going to I think Sitchin Adams spoke about learned helplessness, right? It's kind of that thing of you're learning of a way to view the world, and you're saying, oh, this is the only thing. No matter what I do, this is the state of the world. These are the people that are holding me down, and I have no power against it. Except what will work is just activism. I can do that. That's my power. Importance to acknowledge the cause of that. So yeah, we could focus on ourselves, but I think the argument we spoke about yesterday was, are we able to keep both of these together? Can we focus on both of these things? Can we focus on having the white person be, the white person in the government be the problem, and ourselves be the problem? Can we focus on both of those things? It seems like they are to the exclusion of each other a lot of the time.
Have to admit that. So in order to have this conversation around how we got here, you can't say, oh, well, we're caring about the white woman getting braids and that doesn't matter and this thing. All of that attaches. All of that is actually a very big part of the lack of worth of black people.
Okay, all of that is a part of the black people. So she's saying you can't ignore it. You can't ignore all those stupid things, okay? You can't ignore them. So things like caring about white people with braids are part of the reason there is a lack of self-value in black people. I hope somebody brings up the term black fatigue, because it's quite an interesting thing to hear black people talk about black fatigue. I didn't have that, but it's like they're just saying there is this fatigue. That the reason that they call it this is it's like, okay, you've run out of goodwill because you've just now become full of shit. Okay, you've just now taken advantage of everybody's understanding. You're like, okay, I understand everybody's previously disadvantaged, but you know what? That doesn't matter. I can still do whatever the hell I want. So basically, it just becomes people misbehaving on the internet. And if you go and see that, you could make a white fatigue video compilation if you want. That's the internet. But as soon as it becomes a term, it becomes an entity. It becomes real. And either way, we can talk about it. We can talk about this idea of being entitled to understanding, being entitled to this, I can do whatever the frick I want and I'll get away with it, because that's just it. And when does it become your culture to actually be that way? And can you criticize that culture? Can you criticize that in your own culture? Oh, but if you are, you're standing on the white man. You're being white. You're acting white. You are contributing to devaluing black people. When it seems like black conservatives are actually trying to bring black people up to a standard, to hold them to account. And if you guys want to know where I'm getting this rhetoric from or whatever, it's Amir Odom. The way that he words it makes so much sense to me.
So do you think we're resilient? What does resilience mean to you? Do you think we have to be perpetual victims, or do you think that black people are resilient?
I think that those are two different
those are two different conversations. So resilience is not part of her conversation. Okay, so hold up. Let's just see how she gets to this resilience comment.
Doesn't matter in this thing. All of that attaches. All of that is actually a very big part of the lack of worth of black people.
I'll ask you, do you think we're resilient?
Do you think we're resilient? Okay, so she asks, do you think we are resilient? Let's go summary. Not summary. There. Her summary is, do we? Are we resilient? No, that's a different comment, different conversation. Okay, the separate conversation. Oh, no, black conservatives are self-hating racists. That's why you like them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the same thing. Like, why a conservative, as in a normal, a normal liberal as well. A normal feminist. Okay, one that just wants normal equality. She's just self-hating as well. Are we resilient? Okay. Hey Davina, how you doing? Are you resilient? What's different conversation is the argument, okay? Nothing normal about being feminist.
So do you think we're resilient? What does resilience mean to you? Do you think we have to be perpetual victims, or do you think that black people are resilient?
I think that those are two different conversations. I think that the concept of black people being victims is really trying to not provide accountability to where the root problem for the actual cause is.
Okay, so you see, it's really we've spoken about it. This is it. This is the difference. How does she view the world? Whose accountability are we gonna focus on? White man. She's going, whose accountability should I focus on? Black man. That's the difference between across this table. We see it clear as day, but we're fascinated. Mostly what we're here for is how she thinks, because the other stuff just seems pretty reasonable. Okay, so we need to figure out what the stories she tells herself. Okay, different conversation. Different conversation. We are what's it? If you're focusing, you're focusing on the wrong. No, she didn't say the wrong accountability. You're ignoring the accountability of others who, sorry, the root cause. White people love conservatives. White liberals exist. A lot of them do, especially white female ones. That's the liberal woman is the problem. The Democratic woman, the woman voting for Democrats is the problem, right?
Not provide accountability to where the root problem for the actual cause is.
You're ignoring the accountability of the root cause.
And if we keep saying that somebody is a victim and that doesn't mean that the other person should have to actually have accountability, then what are we really doing? You can do.
Okay, so yeah, so there is the root, the whole thing. If we're saying, if we keep saying don't be a victim, we ignore. So it's the same thing. Sorry. If we keep saying don't be a victim, we ignore that there is victimization. There is an argument, a logical argument in that. So it's like, listen, if you're gonna completely erase the accountability of the people, then so there's this thing that you gotta balance both. But again, my argument is that she's focusing on one to exclusion of the other. If we keep saying don't be a victim, we're ignoring the okay, let's see.
You can be a victim and be.
Every good job I've ever got was because of networking and knowing people who told me about available work and jobs. And if you get a good job in America, it opens up a lot of opportunities to save and move up and afford better things. So yeah, well, success breeds success. I think black conservatives are the ones who want the best for their family and want to leave something for their family. Yeah, they're busy building something for their family instead of waiting for something for their family. And that's not to say that white people don't do that. White people are the same. White conservatives would feel the same, and then white liberals are also on the same thing of I'm waiting for the government to give me mine.
Accountability, then what are we really doing? You can do both. You can be a victim. And that doesn't mean that the other person should have to actually have accountability. Then what are we really doing? You can do both. You can be a victim and be resilient.
How do we do?
You can be a victim and be resilient, okay? You can be a victim and be resilient. Interesting. Okay, so you but the thing is, there is something about being a victim. The word victim, okay, is cowering, is, okay, being persecuted maybe is it maybe a different kind of framing. The way that you can be a victim and resilient, when we talk about resilience in, say, surviving sexual assault, isn't it that they call it resilience gets you from being a victim to being a survivor, right? That you can be a survivor. Maybe, look, it's just the way she's branding it. You can be it sounds funny. It really sounds horrible. You can be a victim and be resilient. That's quite a statement there. I'm gonna actually put this. No, it's all the same. Answer. Okay. Being a victim is a matter of objective reality. If someone wronged you, you are a victim. Yes, this is true, 20 faces. But enacting, performing the victim role is a different case of the objective reality as well.
Both if you stay in the victimhood. That's my question.
But you're
staying in victimhood, you see what I mean? By staying in victimhood, living life through the lens of being a victim only. How do you do that? How do you remain resilient while viewing yourself as a victim the whole time? Those are the two arguments, that the two worldviews that are fighting here. She's trying to say that they don't fight, that it doesn't matter. But instead of saying, oh, you can view us as a victim, oh, you can view people as having wronged you, it's way more than just viewing people as having wronged you. It's about viewing every part of your life as that person's fault. It's about your locus of control it's that person's fault. And that is incompatible with resilience. It's incompatible. So, yeah, she's trying to sell us this, and it doesn't work. Are Jews victims when they cry about the Holocaust all the time? Cry about the Holocaust all the time. No. Do they walk through the world and say, that person over there is going to come and Holocaust me? It is going to come kill me? No, I'm not going to talk. Stop. Okay. I'm going to fucking well ban the word Jewish in my chat. Are we fucking well done? Stop. Just flippin' stop. I'm waiting. Leave. Thumbs down the video. Get out.
Your statement about Black people staying in the victim place is also your point of view.
But how do we rise above it?
We continue to rise above it by one, pouring into our communities with mutual aid, but two, by simultaneously making sure that we are challenging the systems that are in place to impede us. We have so many opportunities where we
rise above it.
We continue to rise above it by one, pouring into our communities with mutual aid, but two, by simultaneously making sure that we are
exposed. No. This is what is reaching the end of your tether with a kind of person. No, it's not about God's chosen people. No. My goodness. Just hold on. Here's something for you. Shut up, bitch! Okay, are we good? I can't stand this woman. Jubilee can't keep getting away with this shit. Well, it got over 1-point-something million views in one day, Paffy. So I'm not seeing this ending anytime soon. So you find the most insufferable person, and there you go.
Challenging the systems that are in place to impede us. We have so many opportunities where we are that somebody is a victim, and that doesn't mean that the other person should have to actually have accountability. Then what are we really doing? You can do both. You can be a victim and be resilient.
How do we do both if you stay in the victimhood? That's my question.
But your statement about Black people staying...
Yes, how do we both do both if we stay in the victimhood? How do we do both if we stay in the victimhood? That's the whole idea. Attaching victimhood to your cultural identity doesn't sound like a good idea. Yeah, I'm the perpetual victim. It's always putting yourself. It's like making the decision to put yourself on the back foot.
In the victim place is also your point of view.
But how do we rise above it?
We continue to rise above it by one, pouring.
People don't have a hard time staying on topic. It's the thing about staying on topic. It's because I don't know. That's what gets me about this aka Batusai. Like that's what gets me is actually like we are talking about one thing over here, and this topic always has to come up, and that seems like a real like why? Just why? Is it because it's the only thing people are thinking about? Why are you thinking about this so much? Especially so much to the point that it has to come into every single fucking political conversation. We can't talk about life without it happening. That's what made me lose my shit. And you know what? I'm really annoyed that I did, because the whole point is actually to ignore this kind of thing. So yeah, you got me, bitches. You got me. Congratulations. Have a good old wank with that information. Okay? Let's continue. Let's have further discussions in a reasonable manner. Okay? Are we good?
Into our communities with mutual aid, but two, by simultaneously, one, pouring into our communities with mutual aid, but
Hold up.
you can be that somebody
she's got
is a
the
victim, and that doesn't mean that the other person should have to actually have accountability. Then what are we really doing? You can do both. You can be a victim and be resilient.
How do we do both if you stay in the victimhood? That's my question.
But your statement about Black people staying in the victim place is also your point of view.
No, she's asking about staying in the victimhood.
But how do we rise above it?
We continue to rise above it by one, pouring.
No. Don't come and call me my obsession with blacks. And again, the way that you're even saying it, with blacks. I already don't like the idea of my obsession with blacks. How am I obsessed with blacks? Let's go, anti-white trad. Who's obsessed? Does my username involve somebody's race? Wow. Don't let them disturb your inner peace, kitty. Just ban and move on when it happens again. Yeah, let's go.
Into our communities with mutual
I appreciate
aid.
the positive people in this community. Okay, cats maybe. Cats is a race, yes. I am pro-cat.
One, pouring into our communities with mutual aid, but two, by simultaneously making sure that we are challenging the systems that are in place to impede us. We have so many opportunities where we are trying to do mutual aid, and those things get disrupted by folks who want to have capitalist gain, by
Okay, yeah, so let's get into the capitalism.
folks who want privatization. We used to have all these mom and pop businesses in our communities.
There's over
used to
3
serve-
million Black millionaires in America right now. You are an intelligent Black woman that is successful.
That's irrelevant.
No one's stopping me from doing anything. I'm an intelligent Black woman that graduated and
Many
is
efforts have
successful.
tried to stop me from doing what I do.
Stop you? I don't know about stop you, but they laugh at you. That's what most of us are doing. That's what most of the people in the comments did as well. So I don't know about stopping you. This is another thing. Like, just by challenging you, they're not trying to stop you. Like, the people that are making me angry in the chat, they're not stopping me. They're just being themselves, and I'm being myself. So that's it. I told them to leave. They can stay anyway until I ban them. But yeah, trying to stop me. Define trying to stop. Has somebody litigated against you? What has happened? Like that sort of thing would happen with somebody in say an LGBTQ activism. That's happened.
We are not all equal in our capabilities. And we are not all equal in our ability to be invested in by others.
I agree with
we
you.
are not
That's
all
my
equal
question
in
of
our
resilient.
trauma.
Are we resilient?
We can't say because it is a false equivalency.
I believe that every Black person has resilience.
We
From
keep
slavery
trying,
all the way
but
until
we
today.
keep trying to cause.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going on. Is there anything I can extract from that to add to the diagram? How do we do both if we stay in the victim?
I agree with
We
you.
are not
That's my
all equal.
question.
Okay, so it's basically, we are not all equal. Basically just emphasizes that inequality still exists. Still exists. People are trying to stop her. To stop her. Okay. There are... basically, the oppression still exists. So remember you guys said, is she going to say she's oppressed? There it is. Did they oppose her financial success or her radical ideas? That's interesting. If they are one in the same, then she's monetizing victimhood. You could call it monetizing it, but she is that's just a bad characterization. You know her response. Whatever gives me the less self-checkout stands I support. I want more people having jobs. Oh, self-checkout, that just reminds me of an argument, not an argument, of some sort of, just go and watch Zach's channel, where we went over a stream of somebody trying to explain how self-checkout is cheaper for businesses, why it is, and blah blah. Okay, and why that results in the one greeter person getting more money. It was hilarious. Anyway, the point is, yeah, give people more jobs. Petrol attendants, guys, get yourself some petrol attendants. Stop putting your own gas in your car. Okay.
In our trauma,
are we resilient?
We can't say we because it is a false equivalency.
I believe that every black person has resilience.
We
from
keep
slavery
trying,
all the way up to
but we
us.
keep trying to cause.
We can't say we keep. Okay. Wow. Okay. Please. This has been one of the worst, guys. There's not much.
I'm so sorry.
being
I'm so sorry. You've been
said.
voted out.
Like, there's a lot of it. Basically, just all escalates into yelling even more than other Jubilees that I've watched.
First, I want.
What's his name? Joshua. First, I want to. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if we reset. She's sent you a Ryan long short about self-checkouts getting removed. Okay.
I want to kind of get rid of this like right left ordeal.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to talk about just like our own personal views and what we've experienced, what we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to your claim about black on black crime, I really do believe, and I think a lot of people here do believe, especially based off of personal experiences and everything, that it is just lack of accountability. In the black community, we need to start taking responsibility for our actions.
So you see what's happened here in this interaction is people have just come, like sometimes what seems to happen with a Jubilee is we have the claim and then people will argue, and then every time somebody new comes in, there'll be a new argument because it didn't work before. If somebody's doing well, you'll have to bring a different angle. The people get voted out because they're not doing a good job of counter arguing. So you get a new argument, but the same argument is being made across people here because that's just the argument, and she just has the same response each time. And she hasn't laid out her response. She hasn't laid it out. Like, she hasn't told us about the underinvestment and over-policing, all of that. She hasn't told us about this accountability. They're actually focusing on the counter-argument more than her argument.
And stop pointing our fingers at other people and the white man. Because to be
Why
honest,
can't both happen at the same
because-
time?
because
Both
you
are
need-
causes.
because
Okay, so she says both are causes. Why can't both? That's a good question. That is a good question. Let's talk about that part, okay? Why can't both happen? It's because they're not. We've had this discussion, right? So, he says it's important. It's about accountability. We black people must take. Let's just put black people should take accountability. Good question. So he's just restating and restarting. So they got angry at each other. They all start yelling at each other. Now let's restart, okay? With a new person, a new face, so that we don't hate each other. And her question is, why can't we do both? Why can't it be both? I like the way that she says they're both causes. I think the first guy that we spoke to yesterday, Anthony, he would say, because this is the thing we have control over. Because remember, when we were talking about reparations, it wasn't so much that he was saying no to reparations. He was saying it's not going to happen, so we need to take care of ourselves. So that would be his argument in this case. His argument is it can't be both, because you're fighting a losing battle, and we can focus on ourselves. We can do this ourselves. Maybe the more mainstream conservative argument would be why it can't be both, because the view happens. Then seeing the world through a victimhood lens, that's gonna be a problem.
You gotta clean your own house before
Both
you
are
go
why?
complain. Because if we're
If
gonna
you're
sit
dirtying my
here-
house,
no,
if you
no,
keep
it's
pouring
not,
shit into
no.
my house
It's-
and I'm cleaning it, why can't I do both?
And I'm cleaning it. You're not cleaning it though. What you're doing, so if we're going to use your analogy here, so let's use her analogy, okay? You got to clean your house before you start bothering with other people. What's actually happening is somebody's throwing shit in your house and you're taking shits in your house. You're not cleaning up your house. You're taking shits. You're also inviting other people into your house to take a shit on your floor. That's what's happening. You're going, come on in, everybody. Let's do it. Let's have a great shit on the floor party. That is, if we're using your analogy, okay, that's what's happening. You're dirtying my house. You're bringing in all your crime. You're bringing in all of this devaluing of the family, all of this idea you're bringing into my house, and the government is fucking with me. Okay? You're inviting all of the people. How is she doing that? The victim mentality does this. The victim mentality, the lack of accountability. So she's talking about, she's saying, oh no, why can't I clean both? Because she wants to just, I suppose how she would see it is she's cleaning up, she's standing at the doorway, sweeping up, and then the government keeps throwing shit in, and the government keeps throwing shit in, and she keeps sweeping it out, and it's futile. So, of course not. But there is something else. What they are focusing on is, it's not just the government on the outside pushing all your crap in. It's not that. It's you, yourself, you, the black person. They're all talking about we in this discussion. That's what's happening. That is their argument. There's her argument. All I've done with an analogy here is just use her analogy to show her how they see the world. That's the only thing that's happening here, is that these people see the world differently. That's what happens in a debate.
Why can't I clean my house and bar the windows from you shitting on my house?
Because it begins with responsibility within us. If we're like,
Yes.
okay, oh, the white person's doing this to me, the white person's doing that, we're not
But they
going to ever
are.
come to the core of the issue.
They are.
We need to take
and
responsibility.
it's not even just the white person, because now we have seen very many races, people of very many backgrounds that are actively participating in the effort to keep a working class down. Like that is absolutely.
You're not even American. I'm a human being, love. I'm not American. No, I'm not American. Well spotted. Thanks, Blue Ghost. Also, Blue Ghost, I would expect your profile picture to be blue, but pink it is. First, you need not to let people in your home that don't respect it. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm talking about. That's how they're seeing it. But she's like, no, it's the government. I'm focusing on, why can't I focus on both things? So she in her mind, she's not letting people in to disrespect her house. It's not that. She is saying it's, and also I suppose maybe her argument, if we ever get to the real discussion about this underinvestment over policing, if we ever get to that, her argument is probably that the fact that people are coming into, so in the analogy, people are coming into the house and shitting on the floor, right? That whole thing, the culture of shitting on the floor has occurred. Her idea is that the government is the reason the people are coming into her house and shitting on the floor. Her idea is that the government, the other races, all of the accountability, the external locus of control argument, insert here. The term over-policing is such a joke.
In the effort to keep a working class down. Like that.
Okay, so she's brought up class, guys. There you go. They're both causes. So he said because you need to take care of your own, clean up your own house. first. So we're still on this. We should actually just be here. We don't get an answer. They're both causes. Clean up your own house first. It's basically he's repeating that argument by taking accountability. Blaming on other people doesn't clean your house, essentially. On the white man doesn't clean the house, right? Okay, so she goes, well, actually the government is the problem. Government was, let's go, government, white people, other races, keeping the working class. So this is where the communism comes in as well. So she's bringing, so you know, earlier on somebody asked, is this just critical race theory? And it seems like, yeah, okay, critical race theory and communism are like they're friends because we do this critical deconstruction thing. Fine. But it seems like that's her main core focus of solution. The solution is socialism. It's not just social engineering and rules and making everybody respect your identity and not culturally appropriate, all of that stuff. Her stuff is about economics. She literally blamed nothing on other people. No, she didn't. She did blame people. She does. She literally just said there are other races keeping us down. Like, she literally did. But thanks for playing. Okay, government, white people, other races keeping the working class down. Okay, she blames the white government, or she blames the government and the people in it, and yeah, she just did say race. Like, let's play it back.
Person, because now we have
Of the issue,
they are.
we need to take
And it's not even
responsibility. It begins with responsibility within us. If we're like,
Yes.
okay, oh, the white person's doing this to me, the white person's doing that, we're not
But they
gonna ever
are.
come
They are. She literally, you see those words, they are? The white people's doing this to me, that they are. That's blaming other people.
to the core of the
But
issue.
they are.
We need to take
And it's not
responsibility.
even just the white person, because now we have seen very
It's not just the white person, so now we get, it's not just the white person we are blaming. Let me tell you more about the people I'm blaming.
many races, people of very many backgrounds that are actively participating in the effort to keep a working class down. Like that is absolutely.
See, now we should talk about working class, because it would seem like all of the things about shitting in the house and that whole analogy, that applies regardless of race if you are in a lower class. If you are struggling and you're looking to the daddy government to help you, it seems like the same thing happens no matter what your race is.
Absolutely a fact. It's not just white people. So I don't
Hey, Dird.
attend to that. But I will say the reality of there being systems in place is real. Over-policing is a real thing. You know what's also been really real is the effort of violence interruption in certain communities, right? So we've seen this in Detroit. We've seen this in
Violence. Okay, so look, guys. Did she say violence and corruption, or violence and eruption? So just hold on. So whatever she's saying, the government, it's working class down. Then she's going to say, look, we're leaving your discussion away. So she's just going over policing. Over policing exists. Okay, so this also, you see, all of this can be avoided if we just say, so what do you mean when you say over policing? It's a result of over policing. Tell me about this over policing. Blah blah. Tell me about this. What's it? The underinvestment. What are you talking about? How am I? I'm great. I'm great. I've been triggered a bit today. The trolls got me.
of violence interruption in certain communities, right?
So I'm not feeling too good about that, but they're feeling great. Rock hard.
Over-policing is a real thing. You know what's also been really real is the effort of violence interruption in certain communities, right? So we've seen this in Detroit. We've seen this.
Okay, violence. Does he say violence and no, I really can't make it out. Is this the loudest I've got? Yeah, let's go.
In New York, we've seen this in Boston. Systems in place is real. Over-policing is a real thing. You know what's also been really real is the effort of violence interruption
In eruption.
in certain communities, right? So we've seen this in Detroit, we've seen this in New York, we've seen this in Baltimore, where there are communities that have said, what we're gonna do is we're gonna be like a neighborhood watch for our
Okay. Violence interruption? I think? Question mark. But basically the in Detroit. Detroit Neighborhood Watch. So we're going to police ourselves, and that will work, because wouldn't that be taking accountability yourself, policing yourself? But I suppose her argument is using a neighborhood watch is better. It has better results than policing. But why are we neighborhood watching if we're over policed? Okay, so hold on. I'm trying to assume her argument. Hey, Christian.
So we've seen this in Detroit, we've seen this in New York, we've seen this in Baltimore, where there are communities that have said, what we're gonna do is we're gonna be like a neighborhood watch for our community. So that before the popo even come, before 12 even rolls up in here, we're gonna actually put ourselves in between the conflict and calm it down. And that has been incredibly effective. But you know what? It's not funded.
Okay, it's been incredibly effective and not funded. Well, once it becomes funded, it becomes government and not neighborhood. It becomes not grassroots. It becomes, I've got a quota, I've got this, I've got that. She's a fan of talking about different factors. That's a factor. Once it becomes funded, it is no longer community driven. But, you know, I agree, you would need funds for something like that eventually. Wouldn't you want equipment and things and whatever? Okay, in Detroit, Baltimore, New York. And then we've got a fact check. Neighborhood Watch is more effective at stopping violence before the police arrive. I would understand that being something like the police escalated actually for people. Because of the perception of police. We've seen riots and theft in Baltimore, but that was instigated and funded by the white liberal and committed by the underclass black community. I don't know. You guys are the Americans. I'm not American. I don't know. According to the Department of Justice, Detroit model for Neighborhood Watch significantly reduced crime and fear of crime. Neighborhood watches in general, however, have mixed results. Oh, well done! They did give us something that was against Amanda. Because remember, last time I was getting, oh, look at you, you're just giving me the other side of the stats here, and it seems to really, really benefit Amanda, but now they've done it against her, so that's pretty good. So fact check, Justice Neighborhood Watch confirmed. Neighborhood Watch significantly reduced crime and fear of crime, but in general results are mixed. Yeah, because I mean, I would also expect you try and do a neighborhood watch and then you have criminals that are so freaking bad that your neighborhood watch gets taken out. Like, there is that. So and then it's just basically neighborhood watch versus criminals. Then it's like, okay, are we gonna do the Cosa Nostra? Are we gonna start doing protection rackets?
It's not funded, and you would think that like city councils and mayors and governors would say,
hi, what are your thoughts on community having the right to secede from the state? That's a very difficult question. Somebody asked, basically yesterday, they asked me about Orania, which is like, it's a town in South Africa that has tried to do that, basically become self-sufficient and remove itself from the state. It becomes difficult if they start expanding. Yeah, it seems like in general, if I'm going just on a feels thing, it's like if they keep to themselves, what must I do? What say do I have in it? But I'm just a citizen, so I don't know. What do Americans think of this? I think that's a bit too anarchist. It's a bit too libertarian. That's a bit too extreme, because you do need states. Because eventually we'll land up just having then, do we just have all of these towns that just secede from a state? We just become micro communities? I don't know. I want to actually have this. It will be, stick around. We on Fridays or Thursday nights, we have something called the Thinkers, and I've got a panel that we talk to about this. And one of the main things that I'm hoping to do is talk about the function of the state and how would we go through it. We're not politics majors and things like that. We're just a bunch of friends talking about what we would like and what we wouldn't like in the world. And that is one of the main topics that we're going to tackle. So yeah, that's just another bit to think about. Is, about Aranya, 100% support the right to succession. Sweet. Succession doesn't necessarily mean aggression against the rest of the states. If you keep yourself, self-sufficient, you have good relations. Does it necessarily need to be an aggressive thing that I need to take my land now? I don't know. What time will we be doing this? It will be in the next 2 weeks. This week we're doing a fun thing. We're not involving any politics. So yeah, just it is I'm Gulf Standard Time. So Thinkers is at 7 a.m. Gulf Standard Time on a Friday, which is, yeah, it's basically Thursday night for everybody else. Super good people, even Charles. Defund the police and you need a neighborhood watch. No, the neighborhood watch is better because ACAB. Okay? Until the neighborhood watch gets a bit too big for its boots, hey?
And governors would say, shit, you know what? This is going to save us so much money, because why? Taxpayers keep having to pay for the fault of these police officers. And even though we say, well, only a certain number of people have died, that doesn't dispel the fact that a large amount, more black people are imprisoned than any other group in this nation.
Okay, so nobody gets taken to jail if we self-police, guys. If we just stop each other from committing crimes, and then nobody gets prosecuted, nobody gonna go to jail. Okay, so she's why can't Jubilee bring on intelligent people? I think it does bring on intelligent people to speak to it does, but it makes sure that there is always a wording or something that will lead to it wants the big conflicts to happen. And I wonder if there are ones that are too pleasant so they don't even air.
Any other group in this nation, and that is not by accident. And even though we say, well, only a certain number of people have died, that doesn't dispel the fact that a large amount, more black people are imprisoned than any other group in this nation. And that.
Okay, more black people are imprisoned. So there's no accountability in that, though. More black people are imprisoned. And of course, we'll have the fun people making this a DNA thing. No, you see, look at that. This is the point to this as evidence. But okay, more black people are imprisoned because, well, not because, we're imprisoned in America, in this country, than any other race. Okay, so that's going back to, black people will get more severe punishments, all of that unconscious bias stuff. Okay, according to the Bureau of Justice statistics, an estimated 32% of those in prison were black, 31 were white. Okay, so she says vast. She makes it sound like it's a vast majority, though. She said way more. She said way more. Right? She said, let's make sure she says like vastly.
More black people are imprisoned. A certain number of people have died. That doesn't dispel the fact that a large amount, more black people are imprisoned.
And just more. Not more, but the way she said it. See? That's how I got it in my head. More is way more. More black people
than any other group in this nation, and that is not by accident.
Again,
not by accident, she says. Not by accident. it is decided upon. So here's the fact check that we've got. Bureau of Justice statistics. Bureau Justice statistics. You guys have so many freaking agencies and shit. Okay. An estimated 32%. Okay. Of prison imprisoned people, those in prison. Then stop committing crimes. No. That's not how it works. 32% of those imprisoned are black. We've got 31%. Wow. 31% white. And 23% were Hispanic. As of 2022. Okay. We need more people. Everybody, we need equal representation in prisons.
I started with accountability, and it just seemed like
But I disagree with you.
No,
I mean, I
it
don't.
is.
I don't disagree with you.
Because here's the
I don't disagree with you.
thing. Look at our media. Look at rap. Look at what we're glorifying.
right.
We're glorifying violence.
Who's
we're
we? Wait, who's we?
Oh, here we go. This is where Sitch and Adam were like, oh, here we go. This is what she's gonna ask. Again, we're gonna get to this question, but so it goes. Okay, I started with accountability. Okay, so he's gonna accountability. What are we glorifying? What are we glorifying in our music, essentially, in rap? Rap. And now who's we? Okay, so again, we're taking away the accountability or the agency of the black person when they're creating their art. Didn't you know? People are forcing Kanye to make the music he makes. Check the prison stats in Canada. It's funny. Why? Tell us. Also, thank you. Let's see.
Who's we?
The black community.
Who controls the
The black community.
Who controls the distribution of these sources of media?
And who
Okay, so who is we? The black people. She's the black people. No. Who controls the distribution of this media? So, haha, we allowed rap to happen so it could destroy black people. Yeah. How do you feel about that? Who controls the distribution of this media? You know what? Cool. Believe this. Who's forcing Diddy? From which Nordic country are you from, Christian J? Where's he from? Recent study in my country concluded the reason for people committing theft in groceries is entitlement to have better food. Oh, okay, I must just have better food. It's less out of desperation. Okay. So they're like, I can afford rice. I can fill myself up with rice, but no, I want quinoa. You know, like I want couscous. That's why I'll steal. It's just the thing that the mentality of being able to steal. You know, I would expect you would need some sort of desperation or a lack of moral compass. Desperation's supposed to make you overcome your moral compass, but then there's just there is just a person that is antisocial, does not give a shit about anything, therefore no moral compass. They're cool. I'm gonna go and steal. Who controls the distribution of this media? Okay, so because remember she had a problem with the guy that had a coin. Couscous is so much worse than rice. Okay, fine, but quinoa is amazing. Is it quinoa? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Quinoa. Who is we? Couscous is fine as a filler, you know? It's good. So, black people. No, it's not black people. It's who's this? Who does it? Even the freaking video is trying to get us back to this whole idea.
Who takes it in?
And
who takes it in?
Listen.
Who takes it in? Yes. Who makes it popular? Who makes it profitable for whoever controls the musical industry, who makes it profitable? If you're the market, you're taking it in. So he goes, cool, who controls the distribution? Who takes it in? Nicely done. Nicely done, Josh. Who takes it in? Like, who accepts it? Who says this is great? Who makes it profitable? As soon as it becomes, it's no longer profitable, it will not happen because we have profit incentives. We work this way. Okay. Women in prison. 40% of the women are indigenous women. Wow. Okay.
If you're okay, so let me put it in this context. If I have a company, right, and you guys are my employees, and I determine what you get to eat every day, that's also going to determine how you exist.
Except food and music are qualitatively different. Okay, like I understand the mechanism you're trying to do, like the point, but it's like, no. You're talking about food, things that are a necessary thing for sustenance. Okay, it's like I decide what you're going to eat. Yeah, I decide what you're going to listen to. Okay, makes sense. I decide what's going to be available. But do you need to listen to it? You still have the free choice to say, meh, that's not good enough. I'm not interested in it. And if you're not interested in it, bro who's producing it is not going to be successful and will stop making it. It's the market. But okay, this is how she sees it.
How you exist in this company, right? Like if you come to work and I say the only thing you can eat is processed foods and fried foods and you're not going to get to have the best vegetables, etc. What's that going to affect? Your health, that's going to affect your ability to
gospel music exists, yes?
Operate, etc. This is how the United States operates. There's a lot of us that don't want to admit that as much as accountable...
I actually want to know, like, she's talking about this, right? I decide how you live. I decide what's in your life. I would really, really like her opinion on the snack thing that's happened, right? Because remember, we got all of those TikToks about the decision that I think that happened that if you're on food stamps, essentially, you cannot use it to buy sugary snacks and stuff like that, right? That makes me think of what Christian's talking about there, like oh, fake mainstream media bingo from yesterday. That's true. Very good. Yes. Hi. Okay, so yeah, the fake mainstream media, it's fake. It's all they're putting this in your they're making this the problem. Just check here: white privilege, communism, colorism, welfare, redress, 60s, drugs, cultural radicalism, equity. Okay, we're good so far. Okay, we're pretty good. This is almost a full one. Column B, what's happening? Okay, so who takes it in? Fine, but she's like, well, the way it works. Analogy of employing people and determining what they eat every day. So her analogy is actually about the government. The government does this. The government provides you with this poison. So it's interesting that with the food stamps, the government is saying, no, you cannot have the poison. You have to use your own money to buy the poison. You have to use your own money to buy the Hershey's and the Snickers and the this and the that. You can't use our government money to do this. I don't want to support your unhealthy diet. Okay, so yeah, you could say that's an overreach. Fine, say that's an overreach otherwise. But it's for your own good. So here, okay. Analogy, employing people, determining what they eat every day. So I choose this. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Who's telling her this? She actually go to the original Jubilee video, Michael Dobedad. Go there, and she is one of the pinned comments, I think. She actually listed a whole bunch of black radicals that you can go and look up. So those are the people that are telling her this. There is a whole long list.
Your health, that's going to affect your ability to operate, etc. This is how the United States operates. There's a lot of us that don't want to admit that as much as accountable as we want to be, all of our brains also don't operate the same way. Some of us are much more apt to be indoctrinated than others. That's a...
Okay, so we don't... Basically, she's saying we don't have agency. So It sounds like that's what she's trying to sell, is that you actually don't have as much control as you want. So people don't want to admit. That is a follow-up. Okay, people don't want to admit that as accountable as they want to be, there are still things out of control. So to listen, I'm sorry, it's bad. It's the same thing as people going, oh well, we're fat because of McDonald's, and McDonald's shouldn't have been allowed, and all of it. Again, external locus of control. It's because McDonald's is available to me that I have become fat. It's because I've got InstaShop in UAE that I'm putting on weight. Because I can get whatever the hell I want whenever I want it. It's too convenient.
Fact. There is a 1% of people that knows this. There's a whole show called Mad Men.
Okay, so who is telling them that, and who's telling... Oh, she said black people are being told to eat this way. It seems like she was talking about an analogy there, as because the whole thing is that they were talking about who controls this media, right? Look what we're glorifying and all of that, right? That was the thing that they started speaking about. Then she says, well, if I control the business and I control what's available to you and what your environment is like, I can control you. And she's using that to describe America, okay? America works the same way. Let's put that in there. Okay, but then it seems like she's actually talking about engineering the environment around them. I'm fat because I eat fast food for lunch every day and I don't like cooking. But I don't blame anyone else. I do the thing. Yes. So let's see. What was she then going back to? She's almost making the we're too low to not to fall for white people tricks. Well, she did say that it's some of us are able to fall for indoctrination quite easily. So we're not all equal in that way. Out of their control, people aren't all above indoctrination. Okay, let's see. Just going a little...
That knows this. There's a whole show called Mad Men that's about advertising, etc.
Okay, so advertising. You see, his argument on the other side, right? So advertisement, yes, it's designed to make you want things, absolutely, but it's got to find what you want. Okay, a lot of the time some of the strategy in marketing is letting you know that you need something that you didn't even know you needed it. Okay, we're making you feel like you need this thing. That's what we're doing with marketing, absolutely. But you are still a human being that can go, I have media literacy and I'm not going to listen to this. Oh my gosh, I've been bombarded with KFC ads. Seriously. And there is a KFC. I can walk to KFC if I want. Okay, it's right there. But I'm still not going. Okay, so yes, there is that happening. You got Mad Men. She's citing Mad Men. So it's like it's brainwashing. So other people are indoctrinating you into this. Cool. But you can be smarter than that. And again, and the other point I was trying to get to with marketing as well, is if it's not working, they won't do it anymore. If the messaging does not work, they won't do it. So what he was talking about when he said who takes it in, okay? Who takes it in? Yeah. If you don't respond to the marketing, it is no longer going to happen. Okay? If you are no longer being affected by a certain advertisement, the market itself is going to shrink. They're not going to have enough money to even advertise to you. You can be insulated from their messaging because you're an intelligent human being with agency. But here she's going, no, it's what's brought up to me. You know, it's the same sort of thing as people trying to come after your video games and make everybody thin in the Everybody thin has to be fat now. Everybody pretty has to be ugly now. All of that. If we just change all of that, that's supposed to just make you brainwash you into thinking of a different beauty standard. It's going to just change your mind. But you can see that that's not how it's worked. People still don't like it. She's acting as if it has this absolute power because madmen, because advertising. So essentially, above indoctrination, cites madmen. Cites madmen as, you know, a way people are manipulated. People are manipulated by people as well. It's quite, yeah, we're always being manipulated. And it seems like agency is part of having resilience against that manipulation.
And if we don't acknowledge multiple things at the same time.
What does she mean by acknowledge? I'm being Peterson now. What does she mean by acknowledge? Because acknowledging, there's a difference between acknowledging and obsessing. Acknowledging and making your whole life about it. Acknowledging and looking for it, seeking it out everywhere.
Then we simply cannot stop it. We can be as accountable as we want to be. And I hope that if you're right, because I hope you're right, I wish that it was a situation where if black people could just be accountable, then nothing else would matter. But unfortunately, that hasn't been the case, because we have seen when we have Black Wall Street in Tulsa and we have Black Wall Street in Durham, that when we actually do hold our own and build our own communities, they will still come and run it down. Pause.
Okay, woo. He was, I don't know if he was taken by her in this idea, like, because he was really just looking at her quite earnestly there. So she's like, anyway, hope that you are right about accountability. Essentially, if when we do hold our own, we're broken down again. We're taken down again. Okay, so she's basically back to and oh no, but I'm being resilient and not the victim at the same time. Do you see? She this is what acknowledging. What does she mean by acknowledge? I need to put this as well. It's important. Let's put it important to acknowledge. Important to acknowledge the causes or so this acknowledgement. I don't know. Acknowledgement is just I see you and I continue walking on with my way. How do you do both things? Okay, cool. So Joshua, she got voted out. So this is, I wonder if this is one person speaking or two. Hey, Barmy.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Yo, they almost fought ya.
Run it down.
Pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Oh my God.
Joshua.
Hello, Joshua.
Yeah.
Another Joshua. Oh shit, Joshua 2. Okay. I mean, we do. We had Anthony too. We had two Anthony, no, Austin. Okay, sorry.
So I have two claims I want to settle. So I'm originally from New Orleans, right? And I've seen black on black crime my whole life, right?
Yes.
I don't believe it have nothing to deal with the police. It's more with the community because there's a lot of pride.
Same question, right? Same argument, right? So he's just bringing it from here's New Orleans. So New Orleans. Okay, so he's talking about there's a lot of pride. It's not police, it's the community. So he mentions
Or with the community because there's a lot of pride that's in that city, but to the point where this person can't tell me nothing. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna take him out.
Yeah.
It's that simple in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Now Cali is probably the same way, but I feel like every state is different. You probably the way how your belief is might be right? But in New Orleans, it's a little different. Also, my second claim is this.
Okay, so hold on. His claim, he says he's making claims. So he's bringing claims to her, which is again, I'm like, ask her about her claim. Her claim's the one. It's kind of like she should just go, black on black crime, topic, discuss. You know, like that's it. Or like, oh, reparations, topic, discuss. But that's not what they do. They put claims in because they're trying to make it seem like it's a formal kind of debate. Okay, New Orleans, and it's just like more on the community than the police. dynamic. We've got a lot of pride. Someone can't speak badly to someone else, or they will get shot. Essentially, okay. That sounds like he's describing a culture of violence. Okay, that that violence is a solution. Violence is expected. Like when somebody disrespects you with words, you see how I did it. I got frothy myself with words. Can you imagine if somebody disrespects me in a city like that? I suppose this idea of being disrespected being something that warrants a shootout. That's a culture of violence, right? I'm not saying that's everybody, but this is what he's referring to, is that if somebody speaks to you in a certain way, that absolutely opens them up to being killed instead of yelling at them, I suppose.
We proclaim so much about Black Lives Matter, but when it comes down to a white person killing a black person, it's a big deal. It just don't make no sense to me.
Do you know what the statement Black Lives Matter is actually stating?
Yeah, well, like, you know, just started off from George Floyd.
Start off from Mike Brown.
Mike Brown, okay.
So
he brought up Black Lives Matter. I think he's just, when you bring, that's the usual basic slogan is use the Black Lives Matter. If Black Lives mattered, we wouldn't kill each other so much. That's basically, he brings that up. I think he just didn't word it. He messed it up because he was like, well, when a white person kills a black man, we lose our minds. I think he was meant to say it the other way. And then she goes, well, okay, so do you know where it came from? It started, and then he goes well, no, not where it started. Well, do you know what it means? Black Lives Matter means. So he goes, George Floyd. So that's quite interesting. That's quite an interesting point that he's pretty young, I would expect. That's his experience of the movement was from George Floyd. That's where most normies around the world heard of Black Lives Matter. Also because we got a whole bunch of riots and stuff like that. Instead of just it being a movement, it was the Black Lives Matter riots and the George Floyd riots and things like that. Trayvon Martin was beginning of BLM? Okay.
It's a big deal. It just don't make no sense to me.
Do you know what the statement Black Lives Matter is actually stating?
Yeah, well, like, you know, just started off from George Floyd.
Start off from Mike Brown.
So she says Mike Brown. She enjoys that she's got those. That's actually, sorry, it's Mike Brown. Okay. Then what? Fine. It's still the same. Tell us about the meaning, because the meaning is that Black Lives Matter. People do not respect the sanctity of black lives. They need to, especially cops, don't respect the sanctity of a black life. They think black people are disposable. That whole thing. That's what I hear for. That's what sorry if it's wrong or a normie take, but that's what Black Lives Matter is supposed to mean. That cops don't care. People don't care about black people. It's always about white people. Same thing that happens in the true crime community, where it's like, why are we focusing on white women all the time? The missing white woman syndrome, all of that stuff. It's just with regard to killing black men.
Mike Brown, okay.
So Black Lives Matter is really simply just stating that when black people are murdered by the police, that our lives should matter. And that oftentimes it is not considered. It is oftentimes presented as we deserved it, or we must have done something to cause it, and that our lives are disposable. We also don't ever...
Wow, I got it right. What do I win? Okay.
...see true justice on the same level as others when the police...
Okay, so that's part of her discussion. Just because I knew that she was going to say it doesn't mean I mustn't put it in the diagram. So Mark Brown, and then she's like, well, it means when black people are murdered by the police. Thank you, Barmy. I need to set up my stream elements to tell me who gets gifted. You won gifted sub. Who? I won gifted sub. Oh, I won. Yay! Thanks. So murdered by the police. Just hold on. I think we need this. We do. I know you don't gift just for this, but I think we do. Need the mbop. Is this the right one? I've got too many here. Handsome clip, Barmy.
Yo, Barmy. Let's
Fucking
fucking go.
out!
Whoa. Ooh, yeah. Fucking bop, bro. Let's go. Bop, ba-doo-ba-da-ba. Bop, ba-doo-ba-da-ba. Bop, ba-doo-ba-da-ba. Yeah.
It's really so catchy. Right. Okay. You guys think it's a real song. It's not. It's AI, but it's creamage. Okay, it means when black people are murdered by police, sorry, I'm smiling and carrying on here, and then it's like, let's talk about this very somber thing. Black people murdered by the police. People need to care. It matters, okay? But it doesn't matter to people. Of blame is often put on the black person. Cops are given on. There is no justice. Lack of justice as well. Lack of justice. Okay, cool. So he just used the Black Lives Matter. So she's woman-splaining what Black Lives Matter is to him. And, okay, he knows this, I'm sure. So why did she have to ask, do you know what Black Lives Matter means?
Police incur violence against black people. So Black Lives Matter is a statement asserting that our lives are worth justice, our lives are worth preservation, and we have seen in innumerable instances a level of restraint operated between the police and people of other races that they do not seem to carry with black people. So that's what Black Lives Matter means.
We know. I mean, if you don't know that by now, interesting. Where have you been? What? You must be new to social media.
It doesn't mean that anyone else's life doesn't matter. It means that ours matter just as much as their lives.
That's good that you cleared it out for people. Yeah, that's good.
I appreciate you. Now, as it comes to New Orleans, tell me this. Well, first of all, it was, I think it's the senator of Louisiana who literally made a campaign ad, Kennedy it was, that said, do you want Louisiana to be run by crackheads? Like he said that, like straight
they
up.
They have a bunch of them there. Yeah. They
so
do.
Here's my question about New Orleans. Would you say that New Orleans gets, that particular areas of New Orleans, for instance, like the Ninth Ward?
The Ninth Ward is crazy, but I'm just saying they crazy.
Would you say that funding and attention is dispersed equally across New Orleans in terms of resources?
Yeah, so you see, this is the whole thing. That's her solution. It's the resources are not going to the right place. The communism will save everything. So resource application allocation in New Orleans. Ninth Ward. She's asking, is it equal?
I know that from living through Katrina that is absolutely not the case.
Yeah, I agree with you in that case. Everybody's not equal when it comes down to resources. For sure, I agree with you.
Here's the thing I want to just impart is that I think that we have a very distorted version of what resiliency and what restorative practice is, because we live in a time.
Okay, so I'm just going to put, is it equal? No, it's not. She also mentioned Katrina. Agree, it's not equal. It's not equal. Okay, so he does agree with her. I think that, yeah, if I remember correctly, that is how it ends. He's agreeing with her. Okay, so it's like there is an example of badness. Whoopsie. And you can't ignore this. You can't ignore that kind of thing. You can't agency your way out of it. You can't accountability your way out of it.
Where we're seeing so many things happen so that we
Everybody's not equal when it comes down to resources. For sure, I agree with you.
Here's the thing I want to just impart is that I think that we have a very distorted version of what resiliency and what restorative practice is.
Okay, so sorry, then she brings up she goes to a new point here, and we'll put it in a circle. Resilience and restorative practice. She hasn't used the word redress yet. Flip. I was gonna go because restorative. The redress is basically what I'm going for with restorative. Okay. Restorative process. Okay, so that's the main argument. The main idea she's going for. Copy style. There you go. Then,
because we live in a time where we're seeing so many things happen so fast. So like we've seen technology like advance so fast, right? Like we have seen just our lives.
Hold on. Sorry. What's it? What did he say? She said black people have warped view of these concepts because of speed of change, technological advancements. Okay, so we want quick change?
Shift so fast that I think that we forget that as humans, our ability to recalibrate, to heal from trauma is simply not the same as the things that we are watching in technology. And so we cannot just casually think that people just get over things. Katrina, people in New Orleans.
Okay, so she's saying people can't just get over things that quickly. Okay, because you can't just move on. You can't move on. So I'm wondering how long it is. Is it going to be? Remember when I was talking about what we could do, what would be the solution? Wouldn't redress or the counterbalance have to be around 400 years? If 400 years was the grievance, right? 400 years was the wrongdoing. Slavery was the wrongdoing, so it's going to take like 400 years. So you telling black people to get over it? No. But yes, that makes sense. I understand what she's talking about. But how do you get over it, though? How do you advance? Do you advance by dwelling on it and making it your whole life? Or do you advance by assimilating? So what she wrote in her comments is that you never assimilate. That's what's radical about her. You don't assimilate into the white-run capitalist society. Right, that's her thing. She's not. You can't get along to get on. Like you can't do that to get by. You can't do that. That's not what she wants. She wants disruptive change. Oh fuck! See, I told you I'd mess around with this. It was about we had the clock in view, 37. Yeah. Okay.
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
To recalibrate, to heal from trauma is simply not the same as the things that we are watching in technology. And so we cannot just casually think that people just get over things. Katrina, people in New Orleans are still reeling from Katrina.
Yeah, they are. That's true. That's true.
That
is true.
So when we talk about the amount of crime and violence that is still living and happening explicitly in Katrina, we have to also talk about the amount of trauma, the amount of drug use, the amount of...
Oh, we got drugs. Wee! Trauma. Oh, guys, how did none of us put the word trauma in? Damn it. Oh, imperialism has already been worked in there, okay? Katrina is still a problem, and then it's like, okay, a drug use, address the trauma.
Also talk about the amount of trauma, the amount of drug use.
Trauma, drug use. What else?
The amount of policing, the amount of all of these things that physically harm people across the world, not just
Drug use, policing. It's all that policing is traumatic. Policing, right? Because the trauma of police, like that's why people are, well, at least liberals are, libtards, liberals, leftists are running around absolutely terrified of the police, in every interaction.
just in the United States, across the world, in communities that are not being served, and how those communities never get the chance to quote unquote pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so yeah, those communities there are many communities in the world that never get the chance to pull themselves up. Okay, so that is her point. Her point is you just cannot. It is not. It's kind of this nihilism kind of thing of like, well, it's just inevitable. The oppression is just inevitable. I'm wondering if she'll be okay with the personal accountability, at least, like as a black person taking accountability. No, she doesn't. I think it's when you start trying to make it a cultural thing, that would be a problem to her, because then you're focusing too much on it. But if an individual is saying, I've got power within me and all of that, I don't think she's going to be like, no, you don't. No, you don't. She's going to be like, use that power as an activist to be a radical.
I personally agree, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I agree, yeah,
that
for
was
sure,
fun.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Thanks, Josh.
He agrees. Okay. He agrees. So she won him over. Now, guys, let's rehab the poll. Can we get climate change trauma too, please? Oh, yes, that's true. Isn't that's supposed to be part of people's depression and things like that these days. Let's get... Okay, so we've got 71% disagree. That was in the beginning. So B-on-B crime is a result of underinvestment and over-policing. Agree. So I don't think we have the same people in chat, but did anyone change their mind? I guess that's it. Did anyone change their mind based on what she was... Did you learn anything from this hey guys, just got kidnapped? Oh, that's great. I'm glad they let you keep your phone. Big bad guy. The more history I study, the less white guilt I experience, that's for sure. Oh, I'm a Kit Kat, and I don't stand stance, and I don't stand stance. Hi, new subscriber, who are you? I need a word stronger than disagree now. Okay, yeah, that works. Mark Cantos, subscribed. Welcome to the colony. Guys, we're gonna start claim 3. Okay, let's get into it. We've got another hour and a bit for me to go. I need to just feed the cats though. So we're going to need, maybe you'll hear, should I loop the mbop? Oh, I didn't put the background music back on. So, just have a chill background music, and I will be back in a sec. Play music. Yeah. Sorry, there we go. Just mute this microphone. Shut up, bitch! Keep the comms clear! Any questions on being kidnapped? Well, how many snacks do you have? The crats require snacks. No, they're not requiring snacks. They require absolute food. Well, I require snacks though. Granola bar. Sorry for the paper noise. Whoopsie. Let's get I don't know, man. Okay, were you blindfolded? Was it a violent kidnapping, or did you go silent? Did you fight? Come on, give big bad guy some questions. He's doing the Q&A. Wait, you're a bad guy though. Bad guys are supposed to do the kidnapping. These things are just so crumbly. My goodness. Okay. Let us get the next claim in. Claim 3. We really never did get, was I the kidnapper all along? Who knows? You kidnapped yourself? Oopsie, bring that up. So,
Systemic racism isn't a theory. It's our lived reality backed by data and history.
So we didn't even get her whole example of underinvestment and over-policing. Excuse me. We just focus on the counterclaim that it requires accountability. Black on black crime is a result of black people committing crimes against black people. That was the counterclaim. Did we have counterclaims here? Counterclaims for reparations are just and necessary. Not necessary. It was the same thing. Was basically brought out. It's reparations are a lack of accountability. Fighting for reparations is a lack of accountability. Okay. Claim 3. Would I be able to buy granola bars on food stamps? On Snap? Or would I have to make my own? So, systemic racism isn't a myth, isn't a theory. Theory. It's our lived reality. These claims are much better and more solid. They're not as vague as other ones that we've seen in Jubilee before. Isn't theory, it's our lived reality backed by data and history. And history. What is this? That is a bit scary. Beyond B crime is results of horrible culture and no policing. Okay. Okay. Now that I've done stuffing my face, let's continue. I'm working overtime. Well, I'm glad you're here to take part. Okay. It's not overtime if you started late. Oh wait, should we do another? Sorry. Let's do another poll before we start. Oopsie. Is real. Is more not just a theory. Agree. Disagree. Sorry. There is some evidence. They're not just theory, it's reality. Agreed. I'm taking should I take this last one out? There you go. So I've got agree, disagree. So agree, it's real and prevalent. Okay, disagree, it doesn't exist. Disagree, so there is some evidence of it. Or agree. Okay, there we go. Placed my answers. Feel free to vote. Disagree already. Let's continue. Play. Oh? No audio?
Hello?
Hello, John.
Oh, geez, thank goodness.
Hello, John Samuel. First name, first name. Oh.
John Samuel. Oh, it's the the handlebar guy that you guys are talking about. Those handlebars are down here. What, John?
Right.
Blame my parents.
Hi, parents.
John Samuel.
I want to listen to you first. Why do you
Yes, please. Thank you, John Samuel.
feel that? Why do you feel that way? Why do you feel
John went to debate training before he came here. Okay. Ultimately, I feel that way because it's simply just facts. It's in the books, and that's why there have been laws
Because that's the truth.
to challenge it. There have been innumerable instances where actual systems were created specifically for the impediment of Black people to advance. We have also seen numerous instances where there were things created for Black people to advance and they were taken back.
Okay, so I just want to do this. Ooh. Okay. StreamYard payment just went through. So, John, it's just facts. So I like that he's just, I want to hear why you think that. Okay, but yeah, she's saying, well, there's examples. Many examples. Says that laws created to stop Black people from advancing. See, the thing is, you can't deny that those things existed. I don't think you should. You just need to check whether they exist now. So I would expect her argument to be just doing the Peter Boghossian thing where this is what I would write on my whiteboard if you asked me what I think her argument would be. Well, the argument is, yeah, those things might have been taken away, but but their effects are still very much present till today. And also, she's also got that thing where she's like, well, even things that are made for advancement are taken away, so it still exists. Okay, laws created to stop black people from advancing, and things created to advance black people are taken away. So it's undeniable to her. Okay. Let's get her color over here. Where are my tissues, man? I'm crying here. Circular reasoning? I don't think it's circular reasoning. She's saying it's just the way it's just the wording she brought up. She's these are my examples. It exists. This is what I consider systemic racism. These systems keep us down. Here are the systems.
Under the auspices of, we don't want them to advance. Ultimately, systemic racism exists in our institutions on a government level, in our institutions, whether it's prisons or schools, and it is undeniable because they are actively trying to reinstate it right now.
Okay, reinstate it? If it's still actively going on, then, whoa. If it's actively going on, then then don't say they're actively trying to reinstate it. They're trying to expand it. That would be a better way to word yourself there. Many examples, laws created, some advancing. In school, in institutions. Actually, this is all one, really. Undeniable in institutions and government, schools, systemic raisins. I actually want raisins now. And schools. It's they're trying to reinstate it. So yeah, that could have been a, you see, that could be a gotcha kind of moment, like, oh, reinstate it, you know, like that immediate response that I gave, but that's just not being charitable to what she's saying. That's just taking it in the worst way possible instead of the best.
Can you give me an example of one of those systems that you believe perpetuates that cycle of racism? Redlining? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so example, a system, redlining of such a system. So, redlining, okay, that's her favorite one. Okay, and she's gonna just give examples of it, right? This, what I sense here is probably something that it's like, it's happening, but we can't really prove that it's happening, but we can prove that it's happening, and it's not legal, but it's happening. It's insidious. So it's unless it is really a concrete occurrence that she can point to.
How does that, like, you know, can you elaborate? Like, how is that affecting the Black community?
Do you know?
No, not about no. Don't ask how it's affecting the Black community. How does it work?
What redlining is?
I know a little bit. I'm not an expert.
Redlining was a system that was created to determine property values, and that said Black people can only live in certain neighborhoods and not in other neighborhoods. And
it said, okay, so redlining, okay, it was created to determine property value. Yeah, it was. I know it was, but he says example of such a system and how it's affecting. I think what she will do is retreat to it did happen, and the results are still here. So it doesn't matter whether it's happening now or not. And don't worry, as she said here, they're trying to reinstate it now. She's trying to. It seems like she's got that in mind. We created to determine property value Did she say to determine? Sorry, let's just check something out. I don't have my transcript.
Redlining? Okay.
Yes.
And how does that, like, can you elaborate?
Values, and that said black people can only live in.
Community.
Do you know what redlining is?
I know a little bit. I'm not an expert.
Redlining was a system that was created to determine property values, and that said black people can only live in.
Oh, so to determine, and it said black people can only live in certain areas. I'm wondering if it's going to be an action. In reality, it is because hoods have lower property value. They are bad neighborhoods, therefore they are. It's difficult to increase the property value over there, and that is because of redlining. Were there like, I mean, in South Africa, people were forcefully removed and put into homelands. Okay, they were placed away. That this is where the black people live. Is she speaking about that in a legal sense, or is this just this insidious thing here? It feels like property value is also something that she is quite irritated with. I think this is the commie claim.
Certain neighborhoods and not in other neighborhoods, and the redlining lowered the property values of those black neighborhoods by stating that they were more savage, that they were more dangerous, etc. Thus,
it's stated. So the redlining stated that those certain areas, black areas were called more savage. Okay. There's been no systemic regulations or rules to support this. Only weak-minded people trying to get other weak-minded people to believe. Yeah. So it's but she's like it's done this. This is the whole. She's not giving me the exact law.
they were not able to own property that was on a level of par to their white counterparts. There were also many efforts at just simply not allowing...
This is the one. He wasn't waving his leg. He's like, oh God, above. I really wish he could come back, but he doesn't. I don't think he does. So he's our man over here, Jordan. He was the one that matched her energy. It's like, good Lord. It's like, she's just saying these things. She's just, I think that why he's putting his hand in his face is like, she's just saying these things without going further. She's just telling him this is the truth. And she does not bring anything else, examples. And she's just like, just saying this is how it worked.
Property that was on a level of par to their white counterparts. There were also many efforts at just simply not allowing Black people to get loans for property, putting them in predatory scenarios where...
Okay, bad loans. Not giving Black people loans. So, okay.
They were being...
She likes this way. She likes this pontification, this lecturing, this. I will tell you how it is. This is what she wants. This is what she's here for, is to tell you, to educate you, because she is an artistic intellectual.
Essentially unable to own land, and that inability to own land but still having to pay out a mortgage, if you will, or a rent, continue to put Black people in a conundrum of not being able to excel at the same economic rate as their white counterparts.
Okay, so yeah, all of this sorry, oopsie, many examples. So sorry, I'm putting this in here. Not giving people loans, that's supposed to go over here. Sorry. Black areas were called more savage. Property value, Black people only live in certain areas. Loans, not giving Black people loans. All of this resulted in Black people not being able to advance at the same rate as white counterparts. Okay, cool. Magically, today everybody has a credit score.
What I'm hearing from you, if I'm hearing correctly, is it feels like in the United
Good on him for doing the one I'm hearing from you. That is active listening.
States that for a while we've kind of established these systems at their foundation, and they've continued on, and they've continually just oppressed black people, and we haven't dismantled them, and we haven't done much so they continue to complete the cycle. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Well, in many of these systems, they have been dismantled maybe in name, but because this country has never dismantled the culture of racism.
Oh, okay. So we've got dismantled, so are basically has it all not been dismantled, and it continues. No, I think I'm glad she didn't need to concede that, because his question was just didn't really say, oh, this is not the actual question he asked. He's like, is that what I'm hearing? That, you know, he made it quite a passive kind of question, but this is what he means. Are you saying it hasn't been dismantled? So she's like, no, it has been dismantled in all but name. Many cases dismantled. All but name. I think it's been exchanged for, instead of race, it's class. Instead of race, it's your credit score. Okay, it's that's the difference. But now the black people are the ones with bad credit score, right? So it continues. The cycle continues. So is the argument, give black people all the things because they are left behind? This is BEE kind of discussion.
They end up still living in practice. So we see that, for instance, in the way that the appraisal system works. Now we saw there was an entire documentary on
people are burning up their flags like they don't want to have this lecture going on.
How appraisals have been also very racist, home appraisals, right? So
okay, so we all but name. Now we've got different things. Also, all but name. Haven't dismantled the culture of racism. So there is no way. Systemic racism, whether it's systemic or not, it's racism. So any racism is systemic, because anybody who is involved in the system can be racist. Therefore, having a system, it's racist. Why do we have a credit score? I thought every human life is valuable. So yeah, it's being dismantled, but in all but name haven't dismantled the culture of racism. Yeah, so that's a nice thing to say, is as long as you have this, there's a culture of racism in the country, any system being implemented will suffer from that culture. So therefore, systemic racism. Booyah. Haven't dismantled the culture of racism. Okay, under here we will have the you're dying of Graham, me too. We have half an hour left, and that's the end of it. And then we have fun. Then tomorrow's Friday, and we just do a think, and we do a slop, and that's it. Okay, we give up on this. But actually, the slop might be just normally reacting to this, no diagram. So we go quicker. Or we react to people reacting to to this. A sloppy think. The sloppy think is actually, it will be a sloppy think because we are just reacting to somebody's drama that they posted on TikTok. They fell in love with their psychiatrist. That whole story, we're going into that tomorrow. Okay, so many dismantled appraisal, property appraisal system. Is used against black people. Okay, explain to us property appraisal.
your ability to sell your house for the value that it deserves.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, can't sell your house for its deserved price. That's interesting for the appraisal. So at your house, like when you get your property appraised, okay, now like I don't know what is the incentive of the appraisal system, but when somebody is selling your house, if you use a real estate agent, it behooves them to make sure that the highest value is gotten. But she's just saying, well, the appraisal part is what gets you. So even if you are trying to sell at the highest price, It's not going to happen. It gets in the way.
There were a number of homes, particularly in Marin County, California, where black people had one appraisal when they had their blackness up, so they had their dashikis hanging, you know.
Okay, so what did she call it?
Marin County, California.
California, okay. Example, I'm not in Marin County, California. One appraisal with their blackness on display versus a higher appraisal without. Okay, so it's them people, I suppose the racist appraisal people going, well, black people lived here, so of course this property has not been taken care of, and blah blah blah.
Where black people had one appraisal when they had their blackness up, so they had their dashikis hanging, you know, and they had their they had their Black Good Times poster. But then when they removed all of those items and put up white people and a dog in the house, and then had their white friends come and pose as the owners of the home, the appraisal was significantly higher. And
what do they mean by significantly higher? Where's the fact check on this?
We've seen that in a number of instances. Now, of course, that.
Where's the fact check? SAN, give us the fact check.
Is just Marin County, but there are a number of other scenarios where this has been related.
Okay, that's systemic though. Okay, so it seems like you can say systemically because, like I said, if there is a racist in the system, it's systemic racism. So, haha. It's not that there is a system, that there is an actual law that says if blackness, then lower price by a significant amount. There's nothing that's in the law for that. It's the racism. So yeah, like we saw in this thing here, because they haven't dismantled the culture of racism, everything, any system is open to racism. Therefore, systemic racism. So it seems like the definition of systemic racism is played with between these two groups. The conservatives will be like, but there's no law that's stopping you here. There's no law in your way. So technically there is no system that's stopping you. But she's got the softer idea of what systemic racism actually is. It's using the system and using your power within the system against a race that you consider inferior.
And that's why there were certain efforts by the Democratic Party to say, okay, well, we're going to try and step in for this.
We're going to try to step in for this. So what would you do? Do you counter it and say, okay, if black owned, then then increase by this many percentage? If you do that with your system, then the system's going to start gaming. People are going to be like, oh well, I'll quote this price because I have to figure out I have to account for that increase on the blackness and whatever. So yeah, systemic solutions. I don't know. But this dismantling a culture of racism is probably the only thing you could do for something like this. But it seems like what is going on is just making the racism worse. The conflict is heating up, it feels like.
Remember that case, and I watched it with the family, and I thought that was just really just terrible. But the problem I guess I have with systemic racism is, I guess for somebody like me, where my family comes from, the Deep South, you probably don't even know it, Aliceville, Alabama. Okay. That's where my grandparents are from. And my grandpa came, if you saw the house that he grew up in, I'm not trying to be funny, it looked like a slave house. It was just, they grew up in poverty. And the fact that he was able to go from that and get the highest rank enlisted in the United States Navy amidst, all these, systems, so to speak. And
okay, the black excellence occurring. So the fact that actual true black excellence, black people overcoming these systems. There are people that overcome these systems. How do you explain them? Oh, well, they're just extraordinary. The system, those are just extraordinary people. The system takes down most people. So his problem, let's go here. So you ask for the problem. Then it's okay. My problem with systemic. Okay, and that is example of grandfather living in Alabama. Alabama advancing up ranks in military and succeeding. So he did that despite all the systems, right? So that's it. It's like exceptional, showing this person that is exceptional. What do you say to that? They're exceptional. That's all she's gonna. That's all she needs to say. They're an exception, and they don't prove that there isn't. It's just they got lucky.
He was able to buy his own house out in San Diego. He was able to, you know, pass on these things to his son, my dad, and his grandchildren. You know, now I'm able to get an education. I was able to get my undergrad, my master's, that, you know, the great-great-grandson of enslaved peoples can now say that, you know, educated and can even run for Congress. You know, I don't see how these systems are still in place as they were before, because before I would say you do have a little bit of a foothold. You do have some validity there. But I just think these days, when we call it systemic racism, really what we're calling it is those people who may still be in those institutions, those individual people who may actually be racist and hold some racist ideals, who are continuing to perpetuate this. I believe it's those people. So in all reality, the problem is not the systemic racism. The problem is us.
The problem is people. Us? Ooh, don't say us. She's gonna ask you who us is. The problem is the white people. That's the problem is the non-black people. It's actually, it does, whether you're white, you could be Hispanic, you could be Asian, whatever. As long as you're not black, you're against. If you're not black, you're against black people. So, this makes sense. He gives it like, okay, he got essentially all the way success all the way to being master's educated, right? Going from having a master's to having a master's degree. How do you like that? Racists, okay? So that's cool, but then he's also now. So the way he worded it is the systems aren't in place as they were before. And so her simple answer is it's not good enough. Okay, sure, they're not like they were before, but they are still running rampant. They're still doing a lot of damage. It's not good enough. That's what a radical will say to you. That's what a radical should. That's what the radical word communicates to me, at least, is we need to go further. It is not far enough. That's it. Okay, the systems aren't in place as they were before. Sites like people can run for Congress. People in those systems are the problem. The problem is us. I think that's just a oopsie poopsie word. She's gonna say, who is us, please?
The problem starts with those people who are perpetuating these, you know, kind of, you know, racist ideals. And so I feel like just to attack these systems is just, it's nonsensical.
Ooh, that's cool. So because of this, therefore, attacking the systems makes no sense. Okay, but if you do attack the systems, then you get communism and you get all of the other things, all of the other radical political things that you want. Okay, these are also part of the whole thing. So it's like, yes, I'm coming at this from the race thing, but her whole jam is being anti everything Western, everything colonizer, which means you are not going to be capitalist. You're going to be socialist, and that's how you get all of it, by attacking these kinds of systems.
The systems.
Like which system? You're talking about
Whether
Congress,
it's the
government, nonsensical.
Who's running the systems?
Like which
who's running the systems, okay? Makes no sense. So, oopsie, so it's who's running the system. So maybe she's okay with the systems if she is the one that's in control. And when I say she, I don't mean her literally. I mean the people that she approves of. Okay. Attacking those makes no sense. Who's in control of the systems? I won't be a part of your system. Throw it on the floor. That's it. Who's in the control of the system? The systems. Okay, the government. Yeah, fuck the government. What are we gonna do?
System. You're talking about
Whether
Congress,
it's the prison
government.
whether it's the prison industrial complex, we're seeing this now.
Buzzword, prison industrial complex. Who's in control of the systems? Hold on.
Nonsensical.
Who's
Like-
running the systems?
Like which system? You're talking about
whether
Congress,
it's the prison
government.
industrial, whether it's the prison industrial complex, we're seeing this now with immigration and ICE. We're seeing this also with the effort at not making schools available for equal level of schooling available with the voucher systems that are.
Okay, she is correct. Food for thought. She's correct about systemic racism. Or who's in control of the systems. You're unhappy with the people that are in control of the systems. So she's got the prison industrial or whatever, and then it's also examples that she gives is ICE and immigration. Prison industrial complex. What else did she mention? Oh, school vouchers. So all of these things are to keep people down. Okay, those are all examples. So the fact that you're saying things have changed, it's not good enough. These things are still existing. These are the systems. Those are the people that are in control of them. So my question would just be, okay, fine. None of what I say is going to matter to you. I want to hear what your solutions are then. So what do we do with these systems? If you know what's wrong with them, what would be right? How do we correct them?
Now allowing tax dollars to allow people to go to segregated schools.
Right.
Who
Segregated schools. She uses the word segregated. Hey, segregation. She brought it up herself. Okay, segregation. Look, we had segregation brought up by other people before, but we're doing bingo on what she mentions. So school vouchers, there is segregation. But segregation in terms of, it's because of the demographics of the school. It's not that black people aren't allowed, it's that demographically it's very difficult for black people to land up in that school, therefore segregation.
Who is controlling those systems? So for instance, in Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
So in Tennessee, you have a Senate and a House of Representatives that is largely controlled by white Republicans.
Okay, so Tennessee. Senate and controlled by white Republicans. So yeah, it basically just as long as if you get black people into those positions of power, this won't happen. Then the black people will be better off. That's what happens.
And that have actively said, we are not going to consider what the people want in our constituencies. We are going to simply just do what we want to do. To the point where they have removed.
So it's only in those states that have largely
removed. We don't know what they removed.
white legislators or largely white people are controlling these systems. I'm not trying to.
All right, guys, I'm so sorry. You have been voted out.
Yeah, so that they got tired of her lecturing and explaining. I wonder if they've got any. The reason they voted him out is because they're having too much of a. He's listening to her too much. She's gotten to say too much, or he's not giving her the arguments that can be given. So let's see. Fund education equally, uplifting small groups, harm those not included. You're trolling, obviously. No, I'm just listening to what she's saying and trying to reiterate the way that she's saying it. The way that she's saying it, trying to reiterate the arguments that she's saying. Okay. When I troll, I try and like pause for laughter, kind of thing. Okay, so let's
Please
see.
return to your seat.
So to
Who's this?
go back to your
Isaiah. Many biblical names.
claim, you basically said something about Tennessee and how they said what exactly? You said they are not in favor of what their people said, or
Yeah, Tennessee has actively said, we're not really listening to our constituency. We're not even going to allow them in the gallery when we're voting on certain issues.
Okay, so she's upset with Tennessee. Tennessee issue? Yes, they won't listen to their people. They have actively said. Where's the fact checking going on? Like, I would expect this would be easily verifiable with articles. The so and so reported this and this. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying, just add it. This is what your job is as the fact checker. They actively, because like some of us internationally were like, okay, cool, is that true? Grok, is this true? We want the Grok, is this true on the side. Okay, they actively said they won't be listening. Okay, they won't be listening. No one in the gallery. No one allowed in the gallery when voting, etc. That sort of thing. So is he building up to question her? To say, okay, then what will you do? Do we bring in black people and that will change it?
So for instance, like when it comes to like guns in the classroom, like the constituency very largely said, we do not want guns in the classroom. And they were like, well, we don't care. We're going to do it anyway. We've also seen them actively silence members of the House of Representatives who are black and not silence someone who is doing the exact same action who is a white woman.
Okay, so she's saying silencing of black representatives while listening to white representatives with the same view. Okay, so they're racist. So okay, let's see if there's any discussion.
Shout out to the Justins.
you are right, actually, on this aspect. I did actually remember a time where 2 black Democrats, I believe, were actually not allowed to speak. And that was interesting. And I found
2 black Democrats not allowed to speak, so he agrees on this. So let's put that together. Agree, remember. Okay, so that is systemic. That is a system that is they're using. Again, this comes back to it's not the system itself that's the problem, it's the people. The people in there are using their power racially. Tennessee issue, there we go. Okay, and that's a solid example of it being systemic racism. If that exists, then all of the systemic racism exists, right?
that really insane, considering they're representatives of the state.
Yeah.
So no, I totally can get where you're coming from, but I don't think that's a institutionalized problem where it's a law per se. I think it's more so a personal vendetta.
I think it really is the only miscommunication here, or the only disagreement here, is on a definitional level of, is it a law or is it racism? So the word systemic is supposed to mean that the system is designed to be against black people. That's what some people can think of as a definition. The system is designed as racism, whereas they would find it different if there are racists in power. That's a different thing. That's not systemic racism. That's a racist. So while he agrees with that, it's not an instance of a law. It's a personal vendetta. So it's an abuse of power. So even if you were a sexist, if you were using this in the same way, you wouldn't say it's systemic sexism. You would say it's sexism in the system. But she's viewing it differently, and she views all of these systems as corrupt and open to this abuse. I don't know what the solution would be. Then she's saying, yeah, because, and she did, to be fair, this was part of her initial argument. She said because the names have gone, the names of these systems have been changed, but the cultural racism still exists. That still exists. The thing is, And nobody can deny that that still exists. I don't think you should be saying racism solved. Nobody's racist. Please. That's silly. That's naive. Okay, that's dumb. There are racists, and when you find them, real ones, okay, not people that put braids in their hair, okay, when you find the real ones, get them out.
In a way.
What's the difference if you are...
And also, sorry, don't be racist yourself and just be like, oh, there's white people in control, therefore it's systemic racism. In this case, she's pointed to exact points that that are racially based. Like the way she says white representative with the same view. I would like to know is, in that instance of the Black Democrats not being able to speak, why were they not allowed to speak? Were they Black people that just so happened not to be allowed to speak, or was it because they are Black? That's also a question that needs to be answered. Is it because the policy that they were bringing up, that's why they were not allowed to speak? What is the context for that? I'm willing to accept that it was racism, because it can be. It's completely a possibility. But it could also be another reason they weren't allowed, and they just so happened to be Black.
Representatives of the state.
Yeah.
So, no.
Like, did they say, the Black people shall not speak? You know, if they do that kind of thing, yeah, that's a problem.
I totally can get where you're coming from, but I don't think that's a institutionalized problem where it's a law per se. I think it's more so a personal vendetta in a way.
What's the difference if you are a lawmaker and you're exacting your personal ability, your personal choice through...
So she sees no difference.
Through impediment of law change.
So if we're going to go based on systemic racism, it has to be institutionalized, which means it has to be written into law, made public. When it comes to that aspect, that's not necessarily made public by law. That's made public by choice and actual discrimination by person.
So I can give you an example in Tennessee.
Okay.
Okay, so she's given. Okay, so he's just saying that he made a distinction. She does not agree with the distinction. There is no difference. Sees no difference between a system and using the system and individuals impeding lawmaking that would support Black people, I suppose. Okay, so it's the same thing. You can, because they have that power, because they are able to do that system is wrong. I would want to ask, okay, if it was a Black person in there doing the same thing, would you have the same problem? I just want to know, would you have the same problem if a Black person was silencing a white person in there? Is it a principle that you're upset about? That this system has such a thing that an individual can have this effect. So now she's going to give us an example. Okay? So an example in Tennessee.
So, for instance, in Tennessee, we can say that they are put into law that now tax dollars, the public's tax dollars will be supporting voucher systems. The voucher...
Okay, so in Tennessee, sorry, that they will be supporting voucher systems. Okay, in the voucher system, does it say Black people? Let's see. Okay, example in Tennessee, voucher systems law. Okay. And now she's going to criticize the resource assignment, but does it in this law? I'm from South Africa. There is literally law that talks about the race of a person. So if this law does not say Black people this, white people that, it's not the example she's talking about. It is just a bad law. It is something that it's not being implemented properly. It's something that she has a criticism of. And she has characterized it as systemic racism, as opposed to it's just a law that has the consequences she doesn't want.
Systems for the schools allow parents to choose whatever school they want their child to go to using taxpayer money. And these schools can be private schools. And
okay, so hold on. Parents can choose where their child goes. So yes, it's the American public school system, school systems, not public school, just school system, confuses the shit out of me. Because like it seems like in some states it's like, no, if you're in this district, if this is where you live, then you can go to this school and that school. In South Africa, it's like, can you get your child into a school? Can you get them in there? You get them in there, and you flip and get them registered, and you make sure that you've got them in there, and you pay shitloads to get them, to transport them to school every day, and all of that kind of shit. So anyway, this voucher systems, parents can choose where to send their child using taxpayer monies. Their money including private schools. Okay. That doesn't make sense to me. Just from my understanding of what a private school is, why would a private school be able to accept a voucher? If they're accepting vouchers, they are government schools. But I suppose a private school can accept some sort of voucher. It depends how this voucher system works. If it does have monetary value, a private school could accept it and therefore profit from it, and that's fine. That's the difference. It's not actually where the money is coming from, where the school fees are paid from. It's who runs the actual school that makes it private or public, right? Okay, so that's me talking myself out of something, but let's see if she goes further with this. I'm still seeing it's a law that's going to affect black people. Therefore, it is systemic racism.
Private schools are not in any way limited from creating systems of segregation. And this is actually how segregated schools was carried out previous to schools was carried out to go to using taxpayer money. And these schools can be private schools. And private schools are not in any way limited from creating systems of segregation. And
okay, so wow, okay, there needs to be an extra bit here, because including private schools. Next point, private schools are not have no limitation against creating systems of segregation. Okay, so because a private school has the ability to create a system of segregation, because it's a private school, I suppose it can have its own rules. Okay, so it's not told by the government. They have the freedom to make their schools segregated, which is pretty hilarious, because you have critical race theorists. I know she's not a Democrat, whatever. She's a radicalist, but you have, I would call them radicals. You have people that want segregation, that want safe spaces. They want blacks only spaces. That's what they want, because of the trauma of being around white people, and how exhausting it is to be around us. And just please, can we just have a place without them? That's the discussion that's happened with colleges and things like that. So there needs to be an extra point here that there are schools creating this segregation. There are schools that say, if you have this skin tone, then you are not allowed in here. Okay? Did you see a video the Hodge twins did about the village? That's going to be a whites only that was based on a private company. That would be a good video for the Slop Friday. Hodge twins. Let's star that for the studio. Thanks, D.
this is actually how segregated schools was carried out previous to Brown versus Board of Education.
Okay, that's how segregation worked previously. That's a point here. Okay, it's a follow-on. So we still have to take this step. There is still a logical step. So we got this. That's how it happened. That's how school segregation happened before. Okay. There is a line between those two blocks, and you need to make them be the same. These need to be in the same block. They need to be happening at the same time, because this is a big step to take, and people will get rather gnarly annoyed if you're gonna be saying my school is a whites only school. And this thing about the company, whites only company, ooh, Interesting.
So this is a systemic example.
So that's a systemic example. No, it's not. So she's concluding this is a systemic example. I hope Samuel, sorry, no, it's not a Samuel. It's Isaiah. I hope Isaiah says, you're talking about the potential for this to be a system. That's how segregation happened before. That by no means is that an example of it now occurring. Huh? Oh, well, they can. But have they? Is there even one school would be quite compelling that they can do it? So, oh, well, this law means that people can go to schools. People have the freedom, the ability, the opportunity to go to schools that could someday be segregated. And I'm sure she's got some wibbly wobbly examples of what systems of segregation means. Because I wonder if she would say that, because there are some schools in South Africa, I know, like they didn't do it with our school, but in some private schools they had, oh, not even private schools. In some schools they had certain classes that you would be in. So you would be in the A class and the B class and the C class, essentially. People that were really excelling were in this group. People that were struggling a little bit in the middle. And then the people that really, really needed the most help were put in this kind of class. Like, I was shocked when I heard that, because I was like, no, everybody should be in the same, and then individuals get attention, but you can't do that in a public school. There's so many students. So they kind of had graded classes. So I would expect her to call that a segregated system. Because why? Oh, well, there's so many black kids that are in the C class. That's segregation. It's like, no, but they're segregating them by their marks. They just so happen to be black.
We also can acknowledge that systemic examples come from not always it being written into law. And I think that is...
Okay, so that's the difference, yes. Okay. Sorry. Systemic racism examples aren't always written into law. That's the major disagreement. There you go. I consider it this, I consider it this. It's a Sitges law example, guys. That's it. Where we don't have the same definition. We can probably argue about which one's which. And I think we can all agree that if you find an example where the system is being used against a person for their race, that should be stopped. And if you have an example of a literal law written based on race, stop that too.
Is a real straw man argument for the way that a lot of colorblind racism is carried out in the United States. And what happens when we do that is we ignore the fact that most of the people making the laws are not going to put their racism on the books.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, haha, well, yeah, you won't, people making the law won't put their racism on the books. Okay, very, very interesting. Hey, Scoob! I'm really struggling. I need to get through the rest of this prompt. Is there a way I can make this video go faster? No. The colorblind racism. Yeah, colorblind racism is if you don't acknowledge race, you are racist.
Obviously not going to put on the books, but when it comes to the Civil Rights Acts of 1964, then you also want to talk about the one in 1968. They did actually give more fair housing equality.
That was the goal.
Yeah, that's true.
But you see, that's the thing. It's like if so that's the difficult part of not changing a culture. You can change the law all day, but as Martin Luther King Jr., as a doctor.
Oh, she brought. Okay, it's MLK Jr. Okay, just MLK. So, I'm gonna count that. Sorry, we need this bingo, man. Look, if I wanted to really, really make us put this up, food stamps and school vouchers should go together. Okay. Anyway, let's go back here.
Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. talks about in his final book. He says, "I feel like I integrated my people into a burning house," because he understood America to be a place of morality.
Well, when it came back.
Okay, what?
But when it comes to the Civil Rights Acts of 1964, then you also want to talk about the one in 19.
Okay, so he did try to ask her, like, oh, civil rights did give more housing, etc. She goes, no, that was the goal. But I don't think she accepts that. See, it's not good enough. It's not enough.
In 68, they did actually give more fair housing equality.
That was the
Obviously,
goal.
yeah, that's true.
But you see, that's the thing. It's like if we so that's the difficult part of not changing a culture. You can change the law all day, but as Martin Luther King Jr., as the Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. talks about in his final book, he says, I feel like I integrated my people into a burning house because he understood America to be a place of morality.
Oh, so you guys can't. You should judge by your character, not skin. He said that. No, you can't do that, Rosales. You can't talk about that because in his last book, he said, I've integrated my people into a burning house. That was the goal. I've integrated my people into a burning house. So, yeah, whatever he said earlier, he regrets it, okay? So, checkmate, Rosales, okay? Judging people based on their character is not good enough. It's naive.
Morality.
Well, when it came back to even back in the 1960s, like Lyndon B. Johnson actually proposed many systems in place
But
he actually
after that, people still got lynched.
Well,
people still got lynched.
I can't really like say that's a systemic problem. That's definitely a personal heart problem. Those are more people's individual choices against someone else. But when it came down to,
if the system that's in place does not incarcerate those people or create any repercussions for those actions, then it is systemic.
Well,
because when you don't allow for there to be repercussions for harmful.
Yeah, that's true. If you don't allow, so he's like, well, I think Lyndon B. Johnson. So he tries to bring up Lyndon B. Johnson. My non-Americanness shows. Johnson, and it's tried to implement more fair systems, but people still got lynched. And then he goes, well, yeah, that's personal. That's a heart problem. A personal problem. And she's like, well, they weren't repercussions. So it's like, well, now then the argument is, well, now if you kill someone, you should have repercussions. She'll go back and say, well, there aren't good enough repercussions because Black Lives Matter, and you can see people don't get the justice they need when a cop kills a black man, or when a white man kills a black man. It still works. It's still a problem. So there's no way out, guys. There's absolutely no way out. A personal problem, no. People still got. There were no consequences. When there's no consequences for those people, it's systemic. So it's systemic. Literally, it's illegal to murder people. But that's not good
behaviors of the people. You're literally saying our system is okay with this. So that's what Black Lives Matter is about, right? Saying
yeah, I made the connection all by myself. I knew it. Okay, I made the whole connection by myself. She's like, yeah, that's why Black Lives. That's why Black Lives Matter exists. Right? Because there are no consequences. It means we're okay with it. No consequences equals we're okay. Okay, so wow, we went from lynching to Black Lives Matter in a flash. So I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, Black lives do matter, but lynching is occurring now. There's no consequence with B-on-B crime. Oh, there is, because most of the people in prison are black. So, checkmate, results.
Okay, if police are going to act in this way, well, there should at least be fair repercussions across all people that they're doing this to, and they're not carrying out those repercussions for black people. Why? And so the system is supporting this personal point of view that you're talking about.
The system's supporting. So what do we do? Get rid of the system? The system's supporting it. It's almost as if people existing and being racist has people with power abusing their power has an effect on the people they're abusing their power against. That happens, yes. But the system supports it. So what do we do with the system, ma'am? What do we do with the system? And I suppose the argument is also because the system creates the racism. It's all a cycle. Everything is interconnected. You know what we should just do? Just nuke it all. And then it'll be fine.
And that's what makes
Then we're all dead and then that's it. That solves the problem.
it also systemic, along with the fact that we know for a fact that the number of black people incarcerated is greater per
Oh my god, she brought it up! Guys, when I made her argument, I didn't know she was gonna really bring it all up together. I mean, I just understood it so well. The other guy that was saying that I'm obsessed with black people, you're right, maybe. Because I really do understand her arguments all the way through. And yet, I'm not proposing the same solutions as she is. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm well versed in Amanda, seems like. I know exactly where she's going to go. I know which button she's going to press. Damn. Go me. Because I brought up the prison. I brought up the incarceration.
capita than white people. We know that black people are having longer sentences for the same crimes than
Yes, I am.
white people. That's not me making that up. Like, that is actual data.
Alright,
So
pause.
systemic is real.
Systemic is real. Okay, guys, we have been going for 4 hours. I've got to go and do some stuff. We can continue with this as a react. Tomorrow, maybe I don't do a slop stream tomorrow. Maybe I just continue with this. Yeah, I've got to get going. That's the thing. So yes, it has been good old times. Let's just have a bit of a summary of what we've gone through today. Well, I mean, I'm just blown away by my grasp of the argument. Did your hair get darker? No, the room got darker. So here we are. We've got we went through claim 2 and a little bit halfway through claim 1. Hold up, we're on 10-14. Summary, white man bad. There you go. You got it. So yeah, summary. We summarized there. Claim 2, black on black crime is a result of underinvestment and overpolicing by the white man. You got it, Rosales. So we didn't really get much of an example of the underinvestment, but we kind of get the idea. The argument that she brought along is, you know, the vouchers and the in the systemic racism claim, we actually got some ideas of what she would be talking about in here. And she, instead of really going into her claim, what we got was mostly the presented argument of accountability on the individuals perpetrating crime. We never ever got down to why do these things, underinvestment and overpolicing, why do these things create crime? How do you create crime from that? Oh, poverty leads to crime. Okay, but they want to foster this idea of not committing crime and taking responsibility for yourself and achieving success without taking from somebody else. That's she says that those two things can they can persist together. The main discussion then came down to, can we be a victim? Okay, what is viewed as the victim mentality? Can we be a victim and resilient at the same time? She says yes, because you need to acknowledge who's perpetrated these crimes against you. They say you can't do that because that puts you in the shoes of a victim already. You cannot be resilient if that's the only thing you're focusing on. She wants to do both at the same time, and she thinks that is possible. It seems, I think it is technically possible, but what they do is a bit of a switcheroo. They smuggle in the victim lens mentality and kind of ignore the whole accountability thing. So there. Underinvestment is equal to unpaid child support. Oh, okay. Oh, is that what it... I mean, it could be. Yeah, we had the whole idea of absent fathers in the collapse of the family. She does think of that, but those are white man bad. It's because of the white man's policies. It's because of the white man. It's because of the systems. That's why we go into systemic racism. The arguments she's brought here, they make sense. If she considers systemic racism people in positions of power having racist views and using their systemic power against black people for racist reasons, that is systemic racism, and she has proof of that, and she wins, right? But the way that we see systemic racism is it's not written in law, therefore you can rise above black man. You can. That was the argument brought up by Samuel John, that guy. He brought up like people rise above all the time. That's not it's not real. It's not a real thing. But yeah, the way that she's defining it, it exists, and they can't deny that. They can then disagree on the solution. Okay, the solution that I think everybody will agree that there is racism in the world, that people that are in power can be racist. Nobody should argue against that. I think the least that we can do is point it out when it occurs and stop it, and then make sure that we can be as fair as possible. But the system itself does not need to be overthrown. The main argument she seems to be getting towards is overthrow the system. No, any system will be affected that way. Even her communist utopia will involve that sort of thing. Yeah, exactly. Won't there always be a system working against the people? Exactly. Any system will be gamed. Any system will be used to benefit the people that are in power. What is interesting is that these kind of radicals, or what is now considered a liberal, what they will say is that they will try and do this deconstructionist thing where we're trying to get rid of the concept of power. That does not exist. We cannot live in a vacuum where there is no power, where there's no resource flow, where there's no I need something from you, you need something from me. If there is, just by the pure nature of existence, power exists, and we cannot get rid of it. But it seems like they try to get rid of hierarchy all the time. That's the main pursuit. Get rid of hierarchy, get rid of system. There must be no system. Then what do we do? And then I guess, yeah, this when I'm speaking about the they here, by me pontificating over here, the they I'm talking about here is just a collective people that think this way. That's all. I'm not speaking specifically about Amanda. It's just the underlying principle seems to be destroy everything underneath, destroy hierarchy, destroy the system, and we'll be free. Human nature is flawed. Capitalism embraces human greed, whereas socialism denies it, causing even worse outcomes. Yes, go and watch the stream we did about between Destiny and Econoboy. Their discussion there. We made many comments about capitalism versus socialism over there. The corporate culture abusing this idea is the only form of systemic racism. It's not racism; it's the abuse of an idea of it. And that one of the things that's brought up there, Matt, that was brought up by these people. In the conservatives in this debate, what they brought up was that talking about it, one of the guys was yelling, it was Jordan. One of the things is like talking about it, keeping it alive in this manner actually perpetuates it. That's what his problem was, or one of the things that he yelled at her, and it's true. So he had that frustrated Morgan Freeman kind of thing. We stop racism by you stopping calling me a black man, and I stop calling you a white man. We stop noticing it. But that kind of, we had the term in this stream. We had the term colorblind racism. There's something, being colorblind is racist. So yeah, there is no way out. I was able to figure out her argument most of the time. I was able to see where she was going with it, because everything what I did to find out her reasoning was, how is this someone else's fault? And I was able to get what she's going to say going forward. I am not that smart. I am not an autistic intellectual, guys. Okay, I'm not. But I was able to figure out where she was going with most of her thinking for the past the past, what, it's an hour that we've gone over at least in this debate. Because all you have to do is think, it's not my fault. It is the white man's fault. It is the government's fault. Everything needs to be overthrown. How do I get to that answer? Okay, cool. That's it. And also, how do I perceive the facts in the world for me to get to that answer? There you go. So anyway, everybody, let's check our poll for a sec. Nobody changed their mind previously. We've got disagree, it doesn't exist. Wow, so we've got a lot of people. I would say, I guess, yeah, it doesn't exist would be my answer. Agree, there is some evidence of it, the 8%. I would maybe have put that answer. But now that I've spoken myself through it, my definition of systemic is the one of, is there a law that mentions race? Is it literally the system that is built to do it? That's it. Right. And that's the end of the poll. And that is the end of the stream, guys. We have some people, we did have people that it's real and prevalent. We had 13%, so thank you for that. 36 votes. That's quite cool. Right. What's on the schedule? We are going to calm down, okay? We're going to not talk about these kinds of heavy things during the think. We are going to talk about a lady falling in love with her psychiatrist. We're going to go down the drama rabbit hole for the whole think tomorrow. We're going to look at Kendra and whatever happened with her doctor. And I think there would probably be more, there will probably be updates from the last bit that we watched about it. So that's what we're going to be doing. No real politics occurring. So if you're expecting politics, don't come. But if you want some fun, come on over to the think. And, what happened was malpractice? Was it really? Was it really malpractice? Because I think she was delusional. But let's see. We'll ask ourselves that question. And then after that, we'll do a slop react. I'm wondering if I will do the end of this Jubilee just as a react. Just have the video there and not diagram it, so I'll get through the rest of it. Might as well. Or we just do that Hodge Twins or whatever. Just come around and chill with me. That's all, okay? For Friday, we chill. And then if there is time, I will be doing a gaming stream. So yeah, if you don't want any of that fun, I'll see you next week for more diagrams. Okay? Have a nice life and enjoy the outro song. Oh, remember to leave a like or a dislike. Just engage with the content. And I apologize for being frothy earlier on today. I should not have let people get to me, but I did. I lost. Have a nice life.
I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks. Bye. We're squirky as fuck. Daisy's a menace, but we were having fun the whole time. I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks. Bye. We're squirky as fuck. We're squirky as fuck. Daisy's a menace, but we were having fun the whole time. I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks. Bye. We're squirky as fuck. We're squirky as fuck. We're squirky as fuck. Okay, thanks. Bye.